A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, while the Aces are still in Arizona, Neal Williams has lost his job at the newspaper through trying to prove that City Alderman Marsh was responsible for the crooked real estate deal in which Mr. Race lost his money. Mike Schwartz, the private detective who can prove that Neal's story is right, has disappeared, thus apparently ending Neal's chances of helping Mr. Race recover his loss. This episode is in alternate scenes between the newspaper office and the office of Mr. Peabody. First to the newspaper editorial room where we find Neal and Cokie just entering. Listen.
Right through here, Cokie. My office is right over there next to the morgue.
Morgue? Gee, dead body?
No, it's where they keep the files.
Oh, gee, I wished I was a newspaper reporter, Neal.
Well, there ought to be an opening here now that they gave me the gig.
Yeah, only I'd have to learn how to run a typewriter first, wouldn't I?
Among other things.
And by the time I learned, they might have somebody else. No, I guess I better stick to bouncing.
You got something there, Cokie. It's better to bounce than be... hello, Ed.
Hi, Neal. Say, I didn't expect to see you around. I heard a rumor you quit yesterday.
The rumor was slightly exaggerated. I got fired.
Hey, that's tough.
Well, I can always say I used to be a newspaper man myself once. Ed, this is a friend of mine, Cokie. Came along to help me pick up my books and papers.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Come on, Cokie, right in this way.
Gee, this is a swell office you got.
A swell office I had, you mean. I hate to leave the old joint, but then... Oh, well, let's get this over with, Cokie.
Yeah, but...
Now, let me see. I want to take those books over there on that shelf and everything in the top drawer of that filing cabinet.
Okay, I can carry all that.
And there's a lot of stuff in my desk here that I ought to sort out. Boy, what a mess this is. Papers and clips and pictures. That's the trouble with having a desk of your own. There always comes a time when you have to clean it out.
I got all these books and things, Neal.
See, here's a whole drawer full of clippings of my stories. That series of yarns I did on the waters and floods. And the Simmons case. Oh, and that Whitehall investigation. Boy, those were some swell stories, if I do say so myself. I hate to throw them away. Well, I guess I might as well dump the whole drawer in the wastebasket.
Hey, comes away.
What's the use of cluttering up my life with them? They don't mean anything to anybody but me, and I don't want them.
Maybe not, but I do. Can I have them, Neal?
Well, you surprised me, Cokie. I didn't know you were one of my fans.
Fans?
Isn't that why you want these clips? To keep a scrapbook of what I've written?
Oh, no. I'm going to give them to my landlady to start fires with.
Why did I have to?
Come in.
Mr. Peabody, Mr. Marsh is here to see you.
Marsh? Send him in. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Will you go right into Mr. Peabody's office, Mr. Marsh?
Thank you, young lady. Hello, Peabody.
Tom, what's the matter?
Huh?
Has something happened? Close that door, Tom. What is it, Tom? What have they done?
Now, take it easy, Peabody. Be calm.
But something's wrong or you wouldn't come here. What is it?
Well, something is wrong, Peabody, but don't get excited about it now. Now, listen. Mike Schwartz has skipped.
Mike Schwartz?
I just got word a few minutes ago that he's left town.
I don't understand, Tom. Why should that concern us?
Don't you get it? He's the man that tipped me off. Neal Williams was snooping into our Railroad Avenue deal.
I know, but
Now, later, 10 to 1, he went back to Williams and sold out to him.
Oh.
That Williams' paper is starting an investigation, and Schwartz decided to get out of town while the getting was good.
Oh, why the devil...
And the fact that he got out in such a hurry proves that the story's about ready to break. We've got to act fast, Peabody.
We'll be ruined, Tom. We'll have to get out of town right now.
Now, wait. Don't get excited, Peabody.
But we can't sit here and wait for the paper to come out with the story.
We're not waiting. We're going to stop that story.
Stop it? We can't.
Just remember this, Peabody. Every man has his price, and this man Williams is no exception. There's only one way to stop this story. That's to buy him off.
Yeah, but he may want too much, Tom.
If it takes every cent we made in that Railroad Avenue deal, it's still cheaper than public disgrace, isn't it?
Well,
This is no time to quibble over a few dollars, Peabody. Let's get in touch with Williams.
All right. All right, we'll go right over to the newspaper.
No, we can't be seen going in there to talk to him.
Right.
Get him on the phone. Tell him to come over here.
If you think it's the wise thing to do, Tom. Miss Taylor, get me Neal Williams at the post. Yes, Williams. Neal Williams. And hurry. I'm explaining about that girl. The way her voice sounded when I mentioned Williams. She knows something, Tom. I know she
Oh,
does.
don't let your imagination run away with you, Peabody. Be calm. Relax.
Relax.
Before the day's over, we'll have this man Williams bought off, and we won't have a thing to worry about. Not a thing.
All right, Sophie, you got everything?
Yeah. Thanks for giving me all them clippings and things.
It's a pleasure. Now grab those books and let's get out of here.
Well, there's your phone ringing, Neal.
Yeah, I hear it. Come on, let's go.
Ain't you going to answer it?
Not me. I don't work here anymore. Come on, I'm holding the door open for you.
Yeah, but somebody ought to answer it, Neal.
Well, all right, go ahead and answer it then. But tell them I'm not here, you understand?
Okay. Just a minute, telephone, till I put this stuff down. Hello? He ain't here. No, he ain't here. Oh, hello, Betty. No, he ain't here. He
Who
said...
is it, Betty? Here, give me that phone.
But you said you ain't here.
Here. Hello, Betty? What's on your mind? You want to talk to me? Sure, put him on.
Who is it?
Hello? Yes, this is William. Why, yes, I've got a few minutes. Sure, all right. I'll drop over right away. Right. Boy, something's popped.
I didn't hear nothing.
You stay here a few minutes, Cokie. I got to go over to Peabody's office. Wait a minute. Maybe you better come with me. For all I know, I might be walking into a trap.
Okay, I'm right with you, Neal.
Probably Williams now. Now get out of it as cheap as you can, Tom.
Let me do the talking, Peabody, and it won't cost us too much.
Come in.
Mr. Williams is here, Mr. Peabody.
Yes, of course. Have him come in.
Right this way, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
What's that man doing in here? He's the fellow you hang around my office. Get him out of here. Get him out.
Just a minute. If I stay here, he does.
We have a very confidential matter to discuss with you, Mr. Williams.
I'm sorry, but frankly, I don't trust you two gentlemen. I prefer having a bodyguard.
Yeah, that's me, a bodyguard.
I won't have him in here. Get him out.
Don't get excited, Peabody. He won't do any harm. He's obviously a moron.
I'm very charmed to have the pleasure of your
You can
acquaintance.
say.
Thanks.
I know your feeling regarding the necessity of a bodyguard is ridiculous, Mr. Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Peabody and I merely wish to discuss a little business with you.
Yes, we've got to have that
Now,
story.
wait a minute, Peabody. You agreed that I'd do the talking.
Yes, but we've got to... all right, Tommy. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Williams, it's come to our attention that you've been conducting, shall we say, an investigation for your newspaper.
That's right.
Only he don't work for the paper anymore.
Keep out of this, Cokie.
Okay, Neal.
As you were saying, Mr. Marsh?
I don't need to tell you, Mr. Williams, that this situation is decidedly embarrassing to me. In my entire political career, I've never before been subjected to a trumped-up newspaper scandal.
Well?
If Mr. Peabody and I actually have been involved in wrongdoing, I should be the first to suggest an investigation, Mr. Williams. But under the circumstances where you've no facts to support your story, I feel that you're doing me a grave injustice by bringing my name into an affair where I must, by all that is right, be proved innocent.
She don't he talk
Just a
pretty.
second, Mr. Marsh. You say you're innocent. It might interest you to know that I've got the facts.
Well, you think they're facts, my man, but I'm sure you're mistaken.
You're wrong there. I'll tell you what I've got. I've got written evidence that you own that land that you were voting to buy for the city.
Oh, Mr.
I've
Williams.
got written proof that you sent Mr. Ace out of town to prevent his testifying in a possible investigation. And what's more, I've got a written statement from Mike Schwartz that you tried to scare me out of the investigation, and I've got proof that the deed to that property is right in this office.
My secretary, I knew she was up to something.
You keep Betty's name out of
Yes,
this.
let's keep all names out of this, Mr. Williams. I see you know a little more than I anticipated. All right, let's be frank. How much is it worth to keep this matter out of your paper?
You trying to buy me off?
Well, now, hardly that, Mr. Williams. I'm merely suggesting that for a small fee, you might consider forgetting this little affair and devoting your attention to matters more worthy of your very fine newspaper. Now, how much do they pay you over at the Post?
Well, he don't work
Get out
there.
of this, Cokie. My bottom price, Mr. Marsh, is $25,000.
What? Why, my good man.
$25,000, I said. Exactly what you swindled Mr. Ace out of. You can take it or leave it.
Great Scott, Tom, we can't
There's
afford
no
it.
time to quibble, Peabody. Make him out a check.
Well, if you think it's wise. Oh, I knew we'd regret this.
Our understanding is that this entire matter is to be dropped. That no one is to know I own that property on Railroad Avenue, and there's to be no scandal of any kind.
Here's your check, William.
Thank you. $25,000, correct.
And do I have your assurance that not a word about this will appear in your paper?
Don't worry, he don't work for the paper anymore.
What?
He got fired yesterday.
Tom, get that check back. Get it back.
Let me have it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, you killed him.
Yeah, and you're next.
Wait a minute, Cokie.
Don't, let me get out of here.
Oh, no, you
Don't
don't.
let me get out.
No, you don't.
Cokie, wait a minute. Stay here.
Okay, Neal. I just wanted to scare him. That's all.
Neal, what happened? Oh, look, Mr. Marsh.
He's okay. He'll come out of it all right.
Yeah, and it looks like we're all going to come out of it all right, Betty. Look, a check for $25,000, every cent that Ace lost.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Marsh admitted that he and Peabody were swinging that Railroad Avenue deal.
Then you've got your job back, Neal.
How do you figure that? I still can't prove it to the paper.
Oh, yes, you can. You see Mr. Peabody's dictaphone here by his desk?
His dictaphone, sure, but...
When I brought you in, I turned it on. It's been making a record of everything that was said in here.
Betty, then I can take the record for evidence. The paper will have to believe me. They'll hire me back, and they'll run the story. Boy, is everything swell.
Except one thing. Maybe Betty won't have a job no more.
Don't worry about that. I'll get you one at the paper. Somebody over there must need a secretary. In fact, I need one myself. Take a letter, Betty.
To whom?
Jane and Ace out in Arizona. Dear, everything is, what'll I say?
I got it. Everything is forgiven.
Marvelous.
And so Neal has finally succeeded in recovering Mr. Ace's loss. Now, if he and Marge can recover the Ace's house, a pleasant surprise will greet them when they return. But we'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the past few days haven't been easy ones for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School. It seems that she is called upon to assume additional duties whenever Mr. Conklin, Madison's beloved principal, loses a secretary. At breakfast Thursday morning, Miss Brooks discussed her plight with her landlady.
It's not only the added work that bothers me, Mrs. Davis. It's Mr. Conklin's temper.
I know, Connie. Osgood is a natural-born sourbowl.
Lemon-flavored. No wonder he can't keep a secretary. Why, do you realize that since the fall term started, he lost 3 of them?
3 secretaries in a month? How is that possible?
Well, the first one lasted a week. She quit because she couldn't stand his yelling. The second one quit after 4 days for the same reason, and the third secretary left before she even started.
Why did the third one quit?
She heard Sourball screaming at the second one. He has another one coming over today, and believe me, it's not a minute too soon.
You've been doing an awful lot of extra work this past week. Has Mr. Conklin given you anything for it?
He's given me plenty, but I just don't listen. What annoys me more than anything else, though, is his latest suggestion, that I need glasses.
Glasses? But your vision is 20/20, isn't it?
Sure. At least as far as I know. But I made a few mistakes in typing yesterday, and he insisted that I stop in at an optometrist this morning and get a prescription for glasses.
Well, don't take it so hard, dear. There's nothing serious about wearing glasses. Now, here, it's your apple fritters.
I'll say they look good. What's this brown stuff next to them?
That's apple butter. Or if you'd rather have apple jelly, that's in this dish over here, near the picture of apple juice. You see, I'm celebrating National Apple Week this morning.
I would never have guessed. Oh, that's Walter Denton. He's going to drop me at the optometrist this morning. The door's open, Walter. Come on in.
Do you think you'll want something to eat?
You'll want everything to eat.
Tomorrow, fair lady. Well, and what is this I see before me? Apple fritters?
Here's a fork. Fill your face.
How about you, Miss Brooks?
I don't feel very hungry this morning, Walter. The possibility of my having to wear glasses has gotten me down, I guess.
I think that's absurd myself. I wish you'd tell Miss Brooks how little wearing glasses will affect her looks. Oh, sure. Oh, you shouldn't worry about glasses hurting your looks, Miss Brooks.
I shouldn't?
Of course not. Nothing could do that. What I mean is, well, you don't even know if you need glasses yet. So why should you worry now about how Mr. Boynton's going to react if, as and when he sees you with glasses on?
I don't recall mentioning Mr. Boynton in this conversation.
You don't have to. His name shines out of your eyes like neon. But even if you do put goggles on, I'm sure that Mr. Boynton will feel just like any other average male feels about it.
And how is that?
Well, most men feel that glasses are merely an inconsequential man-made accoutrement. And the real beauty of a woman is what lies within herself. The qualities admired by men of taste and sensitivity are of the mind and the soul.
Please go on, Dr. Freud.
Once we grant that true loveliness springs from the inner being, it follows that no exterior appurtenance could conceivably veil such loveliness.
Walter, would you go steady with a girl who wore glasses?
Frankly, I wouldn't be caught dead with one.
Turn in your fritters, Denton. You're through. Now, come on. We better get started. I've got an early appointment with the optometrist.
Oh, please, don't let it depress you, Miss Brooks. Remember, there's a bright side to this thing, too.
Where? I seem to have misplaced it.
Well, the eye doctor will put drops into your eyes as part of the examination. And this makes your vision all blurry and funny.
Oh, what's so bright about that?
Don't you get it? Even after you arrive at school, you can be sitting right in his office with him and not see Mr. Conklin all morning long.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a wonderful day.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
You certainly are chipper this morning, Daddy. Sitting in your office and wearing a big white carnation. I wish some of the teachers could look at you now.
Well, why don't you sell tickets? I'm merely trying to keep up my spirits in the face of the many arduous duties I'm called upon to perform.
Have you completed arrangements for Uncle Henry's party tonight?
Not quite, my dear, but I'll attend to it presently. I don't know why his bachelor friends insist on giving a man a party simply because he's going to get married. To me, that's exactly like feeding a bear a nice big antelope steak and then pushing him into a trap.
Why, Daddy, I'm surprised at you. Stag parties are an old American custom, and I think it's flattering that Uncle Henry's friends picked you to arrange the entertainment. This makes the third stag party you've arranged, doesn't it?
Counting the one he left at the altar, this makes number 4 for Uncle Henry. Now, you'd better run along to your class, Harriet. I've got several things to attend to.
All right, Daddy. Don't work too hard.
I'll try not to.
There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
This is the principal's office. Osgood Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. This is Mitzi Leroy. Some friends of your brother-in-law told me you were planning a little celebration for him tonight.
Why, yes, we are going to have a party, but it's strictly stag.
That's strictly why I'm calling. You see, Mr. Conklin, I'm in the entertainment business. You were planning some entertainment for this evening, weren't you?
Yes. Yes, but frankly, I thought we'd provide our own merriment. One of the boys is quite competent on the cello. Competent on the cello. And if I say so myself, I'm not a bad hand with the cornet.
What? No stereoptical views? Look, Mr. Conklin, your brother-in-law's friends have seen me dance at Star Theater, and they felt that I could provide just the sort of entertainment that would make your party tonight a big success.
Oh, you're a dancer. And what kind of dances do you do, Miss Leroy?
Let's just say I think you'll be pleased. My fee for the evening is $50 plus an additional charge of $7.50.
What's that for?
Balloon insurance. Now, about my costume.
Just a minute. Just a minute. You'll have to excuse me now, Miss Leroy. I'll take up this matter of entertainment with some of the other fellows and then make my decision.
Oh, then you want me to contact you later?
That would be fine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come in. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Conklin. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. But I'm at my desk. You're talking to the umbrella stand.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's these drops in my eyes. Mr. Conklin, what's the matter with you?
What do you mean, what's the matter with me?
Your face is so white, and it's all wrinkled.
You're looking at the carnation in my buttonhole.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't see how your head could be leaning against your shoulder like that. This blurry vision should pass in a couple of hours, and then I can type up the notes you need for the PTA meeting tonight.
That won't be necessary, Miss Brooks. My new secretary is coming in this morning. Besides, I won't be addressing the PTA members tonight. There's another affair I have to attend.
Another affair?
Yes, my brother-in-law is getting married next week, and we're giving him a little party.
Oh, Henry. Who's the lucky fourth? I mean, who's going to address the PTA meeting if you don't show up?
Mr. Stone, the head of the Board of Education, has kindly consented to go in my place. He'll be over this afternoon to pick up my speech. Now, I've got to leave for a while, so I'll appoint Harriet to monitor your first class, and I'd like you to stay here and take charge of my office until the new secretary arrives.
Where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
We're just chock full of curiosity today, aren't we? It so happens that I have a little shopping to do for the party. Some of Henry's friends will expect a bit of punch. I'm going to get the fruit for it now. Peaches and things.
Be careful of that fruit, Mr. Conklin.
What do you mean?
Judging from the way your eyes looked after the last stag, you ran into some very bloodshot peaches.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when Mr. Conklin left to go shopping for his brother-in-law's stag party, I sat in his office and waited for A, his new secretary, and B, the effects of my eye drops to wear off. I got a good idea of the progress I was making when I answered a knock on his door. Come in. And what can I do for you, sir?
The first thing you can do is take another look.
What? Oh, it's a girl.
Congratulations.
See, I've had some drops in my eyes, and they're still quite blurry. If you'll just take a seat, Miss...
Leroy, Missy Leroy. I talked to Mr. Conklin on the phone a little while ago.
Of course, he's been expecting you. I'm Miss Brooks. I teach English here.
Oh, glad to know you. Where is Mr. Conklin?
He should be back in a very short time. He's doing some shopping. Why don't you just make yourself comfortable, Miss Leroy?
Oh, well, I guess I might as well. Tell me, Miss Brooks, do you think Mr. Conklin will want to see a sample of my work?
Well, if I know our beloved principal, he'll want to see several samples.
Sounds like he's pretty hard to please.
Oh, you'll get used to him. I'm glad you got here, though. If you hadn't, I would have had to do your work for tonight. You? I might not look it, but I'm pretty efficient.
Well, you could have fooled me. What do you do? Teach English on the side?
Well, lately that's been just about the size of it. I've had more outside work than I can handle.
What do you work with, Miss Brooks?
The usual tools of the trade. Some carbon paper and a typewriter.
Carbon paper and typewriter?
Of course, if it's a rush job, I just grind it out with a notebook and pencil.
Now, that's what I call a new wrinkle. How long have you been doing this sort of work?
Just this season. Mr. Conklin's had a tough time finding anybody.
Oh, he must be pretty particular.
He is rather temperamental. But if you don't mind a little shouting now and then, you'll get along fine.
Well, I'm used to that. I worked at an elf convention last night.
Oh. There's a bell for another class. Now that you're here, I can run along. Is there anything I can get you before I go?
No, thanks. I've got everything I'll need in this bag. I'd certainly like to clinch this job.
There's only one way to do it, Miss Leroy. When Mr. Conklin gets back, you'll be all ready to work. All right, Walter. My, the cafeteria's jammed as usual.
Yeah, that's why I like to get off in a corner and... Say, where did you get the tortoiseshell glasses?
I just borrowed them from Miss Richardson. They don't actually do anything for my vision, but I want to try an experiment.
Oh? Well, where is Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton?
Sure. You want to see how he reacts if you really do have to wear glasses? Where is he?
He's coming through that aisle over there.
What aisle?
The same one you're leaving by. Find it on the table like a good boy.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I gotta look for Harriet Conklin anyway. I'll see you in the not-too-distant future.
Or the not-too-present present.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Brooks. Do you mind if I join you at this table?
Not at all, Mr. Boynton. I've been more or less expecting you.
Oh, good. Now, I'll just set this tray down. Oh, I certainly had a difficult morning. Some of those kids just flatly refused to learn biology.
So do some adults, I know. Now that you're here, Mr. Boynton, do you notice anything different?
Different?
Yes. Look closely.
Well, what do you know about that? They put a bottle of ketchup on every table.
That is pretty exciting, especially for people who have a red tooth. That's not what I had in mind. Mr. Boynton, do you remember how I looked yesterday?
At what?
Not at anything. I just want to know how I looked to you when you looked at me.
Well, you look fine.
Thank you. Now, how do I look to you today?
Fine.
Let's have a glass of ketchup.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Just what is it you'd like me to observe? Have you got a new hairdo, or did you manicure your nails in a different shade?
Oh, forget about it, Mr. Boynton. As a matter of fact, I'm delighted with the result of my little one-man quiz program. Now let's eat, huh?
Very well. My, that spinach of yours looks very appetizing. So nice and green.
That's corned beef hash. This is this gray stuff over here.
Oh, by the way, Miss Brooks, there's something I meant to ask you when I first sat down at the table.
What's that, Mr. Boynton?
Why are you wearing Miss Richardson's glasses?
So you did notice them.
Oh, yes. They're quite becoming. As a matter of fact, they make you look much more mature.
Mature? But do you like me that way?
Of course. Everything benefits with age.
I'm not ready for old age benefits. I mean, what about the girl I was? The gay, carefree, youthful girl.
Oh, I didn't know you then.
Hand me a blotter. I'm giving these eye drops back to the optometrist.
You mean you've been examined for glasses, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Conklin insisted, but I still think he's wrong.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. Miss Brooks, there's something I gotta tell you.
What's the trouble, Walter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
I looked into Mr. Conklin's office for Harriet, and believe me, what I just saw was no ghost.
What did you see?
Holy cow!
Oh, now calm down, Walter. I presume you're referring to Mr. Conklin's new secretary.
If she's a secretary, I'm going to study to be a principal. Boy, what beautiful little feet she's got.
Is that all you noticed?
Oh, her dress was beautiful, too. I saw it hanging in the closet. Yeah, and she's wearing a French bathing suit. Don't you see, Miss Brooks? She's no secretary. She's a dancer. She told me she was trying to get a job entertaining tonight at a party Mr. Conklin's giving for his brother-in-law.
His brother-in-law?
Henry. He's a 4-time loser. You stay right here, Walter. Mr. Boynton, you and I have got to get that girl out of Mr. Conklin's office before he comes back.
But, Miss Brooks...
There's no time to argue. Mr. Stone is coming over here today, too.
The head of the Board of Education? Gosh, if he sees what I saw, he'll flip what's left of his wig.
This sounds like a crisis. We'd better take a look at this creature.
Darn those optometrists. They never know whose eyes to put the drops in. We can't just burst into Mr. Conklin's office, Mr. Boynton. He may have returned.
You're right, Miss Brooks. I'd better knock.
Come in.
Well, that doesn't sound like Mr. Conklin.
Well, hello.
Holy cow!
Miss Leroy, what are you doing in that French bathing suit?
Blowing up my balloon. I work with several of them.
Oh, but there's been a terrible misunderstanding. You've got to leave here at once.
Oh, what's the hurry, honey? Don't you think you should introduce me to your friends?
No, I don't.
That isn't very polite, Miss Brooks. Miss Leroy, my name is Philip Boynton. I teach biology here.
What time?
Please, Miss Leroy, you ought to put some more clothes on. She'll catch her death of cold that way, don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
Yes, but not soon enough. Now, where are your things, Miss Leroy? I'll help you get dressed.
Oh, they're on that chair by the desk. But I've got to do an audition for this job tonight. You told me yourself to get ready, Miss Brooks.
That's when I thought you were a secretary. Now, will you please put your dress on?
Oh, it's too late, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin's just coming in the front door. I saw him through the window.
Well, it's about time he showed up.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Holy
Miss Brooks, I left you in charge of this office. What is this woman doing here in that getup?
She's just blowing up her balloon.
I'm Missy Leroy, Mr. Conklin. I spoke to you on the phone, don't you remember?
The balloon dancer? But how did you get in here?
Miss Brooks let me in. She's the one who told me to get ready for my audition.
That was when my eyes were still blurred from the drops this morning, Mr. Conklin. I thought
You and your lame excuses. Do you realize that Mr. Stone is due here any moment to pick up a speech I wrote for the PTA meeting tonight?
But, Mr. Conklin...
And do you realize further that the title of that speech is Propriety in Our Schools?
Holy smoke!
Well, that's a switch on Holy Cow.
How am I going to explain this woman to Mr. Stone?
Well, maybe we could say she's one of the students, Mr. Conklin.
One of the students standing in my office in a French bathing suit?
We could say she just got out of French class.
Mr. Stone, now. Miss Leroy, please, you've got to hide.
Hide? But where?
In my closet. That's it. Take your balloons and get in that coat closet.
Oh, but it's dark in there. I'm afraid to stay in the dark alone.
If you want me to, I'll go into the closet with her, Mr. Conklin.
Over my dead body. It'll just take a few minutes, Miss Leroy. And
I'll be right there. Please, Miss Leroy, I'll engage you for tonight's party for any fee you name if you'll just get into that closet and stay there.
Oh, well, if it's really a deal, I might as well cooperate. But try and make it snappy, will you? I'm getting a little chilly.
Now, whatever you do, please help me get rid of Mr. Stone in a hurry.
We'll do our best, Mr. Conklin.
I'll let him in. Well, look who's here, Mr. Conklin. It's Mr. Stone.
Why, so it is. Who were you expecting, Gypsy Rose Lee?
Gypsy Rose Lee. That's a good one.
Quiet, Boynton, quiet. Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks were just discussing some details of the PTA meeting tonight, Mr. Stone. But unfortunately, my new secretary hasn't arrived, so the notes aren't typed up.
However, if you'll come back in an hour, I'll have them all ready for you. Goodbye, Mr. Stone.
I'll walk you to the door if you like.
Now, not so fast. I'd like to sit down and chat for a moment, Osgood. Sit down? Very well. Sit right here by my desk, Mr. Stone. I'll just take these silk stockings and other garments off. Silk stockings. What is all this feminine apparel doing in your office, Osgood? Feminine apparel?
Oh, that must be the stuff you just bought for your wife, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, the clothing you were telling us about.
None of this is wrapped, and those garments look as if they've just been worn.
Well, Mr. Conklin and his wife are both the same size, and somebody's got to try. Now, have you finished chatting with Mr. Conklin?
I have not finished.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit.
Gesundheit.
Now, about this speech you've written, Osgood, Now, wait a minute. That's very strange. What's very strange? There were 4 Gesundheits and only 1 sneeze. If all four of us said Gesundheit, who sneezed?
Well, it was probably just an auditory illusion, Mr. Stone. Sometimes... Gesundheit.
Gesundheit.
I pass. I must be catching a cold.
That sounded like it came from the coat closet.
The coat closet? Oh, please, Mr. Stone. I know it's drafty in there, but who ever heard of a moth sneezing?
Yeah, who ever heard of a moth sneezing? That's rich.
Bless me.
One of those sneezes came from inside that closet. Oh, but that's absurd, Mr. Stone. Now, let me tell you about the speech tonight. In it, I have shown conclusively, I believe, that overly progressive methods of running a school are not always the best. No, indeed. That's one bubble I have always tried to burst. Something funny going on here, and I'm going to find out what it is. Come out of that closet, whoever you are.
Why, hello, Mr. Stone.
Holy cow!
Walter was right. There goes what's left of his wig.
Explain to Mr. Stone.
Oh, you don't have to explain who I am to Mr. Stone. I'm sure he remembers little Missy from the Elks convention he attended last week.
Hello, Mitzi. So you know each other.
Oh, certainly. Mr. Stone and I got acquainted at that convention. But I'd better be getting on home now. Can somebody give me a lift?
Well, I'll be glad to drive you if you have no transportation.
If she has no transportation, he says. Listen, Mr. Boynton, Mr. Stone can drive Miss Leroy home. They're fellow elks.
But I joined our local lodge the other night. That makes me a brand new elk, too.
Well, if you want to live to be an old elk, you'll keep your antlers out of this whole deal.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first... Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you KIBM's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, as soon as I got home after school, I told Mrs. Davis all about the day's events. And when I had finished, she clucked sympathetically.
Cluck, 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 what a day. But at least you've still got a pleasant evening to look forward to. You've got a date with Mr. Boynton, haven't you?
I thought I did, but he just called to tell me he's going to the party Mr. Conklin's giving for his brother-in-law. On top of that, the new secretary never did show up, so I'll be saddled with all that extra work this week.
That's too bad, Connie. But I'm particularly sorry to hear that you have no date for tonight.
It's just as well, Mrs. Davis. It'll give me a chance to practice.
Practice what, Connie? Typing?
No, blowing up a balloon without getting too winded to dance.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel, leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Next Tuesday in some communities, this program will be heard 1 hour earlier because of daylight saving time. Check your local newspapers. Red Skelton is brought to you by the makers of Raleigh cigarettes. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Say, this is National Newsboy Week, and we have as honored guest tonight newsboys representing the 32 papers in this district.
That's right. These fellows here tonight competed in a contest to see who rated the highest average in sales, and the boys with the highest mark got a special prize.
And these newsboys got to come to the Red Skelton broadcast.
No, they got the booby prize.
You know, being a newsboy is a great profession, Red. Many of our national figures got their start that way.
Yeah, I'll never forget my corner. He used to stand there and yell, extra, extra. They always yelled, extra, extra. Of course, I charged 6 cents for a paper. Anyhow, I had a racket selling papers. I used to stand on the corner and yell, read all about it. 29 people swindled. Read all about it. Guy'd buy a paper and he'd read it and he'd look through it and he'd say, I don't see anything about 29 people swindled. I said, I know. Read all about it. 30 people swindled. I'm making notes down there.
You know, I had a paper out when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too, you know. Oh, many's the time I couldn't deliver the paper, and my mother would deliver it for me, you know. That's where they got the old saying, does your mother know your route? I'm proud of that. That ain't in here. Well, anyhow, Mother would get on my bicycle, and
Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm lost, and I can't remember the name. All right, she couldn't write it anyhow. Go ahead.
Well, the newsboys certainly render a great service to our nation.
You said it. If it weren't for that morning paper delivered, why, this country's divorce rate would double.
Well, how do you figure?
Well, a fella gets up in the morning, he's got his paper there at the breakfast table. Without it, he'd just have to sit there and look at his wife. And the way some of the women look at the breakfast table, I tell you, well, it's ABC. Figured out for you.
Well, all kidding aside, I think any boy who delivers the newspapers realizes the true meaning of freedom.
You said it, brother, and Winchell didn't do bad with it the other night either. You know, free opinion is really a wonderful thing. For example, this morning I read each of the 32 newspapers and that these young men represent, and each paper agreed on one thing.
What was that, Red?
Today is September the 30th. And now, Anita Ellis, what are you going to sing, honey?
Body and Soul. My heart is sad and lonely. For you I sigh, for you, dear, only. Why haven't you seen it? I'm all for you, body and soul. I spend my days in longing and wondering why it's me you're wronging. I tell you I mean it. I'm all for you, body and soul. I can't believe it, it's hard to conceive it, that you turn away romance. Are you pretending it looks like the ending, unless I could have one more chance to prove you my life a wreck you're making? You know I'm yours for just the taking. I'll gladly myself to you, body and
Thank you very much, Anita. That was really wonderful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so I can pay Ben Rubin, the grocer, tomorrow, will you listen for just a couple of seconds, please?
Listen! That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in all fine tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat irritants than the new, richer yet milder Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you rich, full flavor, yet is milder to smoke.
Smokers, follow the lead of lovely Linda Darnell, starring in Forever Amber, a 20th Century Fox Technicolor production. Miss Darnell says, quote, I chose Raleigh 903 because it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Raleigh 903 is richer, better tasting, yet it's smoother, milder too, unquote. You'll agree with Linda Darnell when you smoke the new Raleigh 903. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Volume 3. You can take 5. I think they're awake again now. And now, Chapter 3 of radio's first nighttime serial, The Life of a Fireman. This one's entitled Fire Prevention. Table for you, buddy and fool. Yes, sir. Pick that up from Guy Lombardi. Yes, sir, boy, here I am, nature's gift to mankind. Only thing, they ain't take the wrappings off yet. Well, sir, here it is, the last day of September, and tomorrow will be the 1st of October. That's quite a coinkydinky. I remember the same thing happened last year.
Will!
Yeah, what do you want, Ma?
Well, come here. I don't want the whole neighborhood to know our business.
No. Coming, Mater. What do you want, Ma?
Clem, did you go down and see about that dog catcher's job?
I sure did.
Well, what happened?
They locked me up with a mongrel.
Clem, how stupid can you get?
I don't know. I ain't really put my mind to it yet. What do you want to see me about, Mother?
Well, look it. A man was here. Listen, Clem.
Yeah?
A man was here from the fire department yesterday. He said this house is a fire hazard and all the trash has got to go.
He said all the trash has to go?
Yes.
Does that mean that Pater will be leaving?
Well, he said slums was caused by laziness.
Yeah, well, of all the insulting things.
That's just what I told him. I ain't been so insulted since the day you was born.
Oh, boy, I'll bet that made him mad.
Well, it didn't show if it did. I also told him that it's not my fault we live in such a rubbish heap. It's because I've got such a lazy, no good, stupid son.
Oh, you didn't tell him that.
I most certainly did.
Well, you might give the folks the wrong impression of me, you know. They might think you're kidding and you're not.
Clean up a little around here.
Okay, I'll start by picking up this bit of string here on the ground. It's resisting me.
Clem, that string is your own shoelace.
Must be a rabbling from my long underwear, 'cause I ain't wearing any shoes. Hey, look, here comes a red automobile. Well, how gaudy can people get, anyhow?
Oh, that's a fire truck.
Well?
That's what they use to go to blazes. It's used to go to blazes. Go to blazes.
It's a fine way for a mother to talk to her son. I figured I could make something out of that. Howdy doody.
Howdy. Are you Mr. Fiddle Chopper?
The name ain't Fiddle Chopper, it's Cadiddle Hopper.
How do you spell Cadiddle Hopper? How do you spell Cadiddle Hopper?
Hey, Fiddle Chopper ain't a bad name at that, is it? You can call me Smitty if you want to, you know. What do you want, neighbor?
Well, I'm here to give you a final warning about these fire hazards.
Yeah?
There's really no excuse for it except plain laziness and carelessness. Now, you aren't lazy.
You want to bet? Don't be too sure. This just happens to be my day to stand up.
You know, Clem, if I didn't see you, I wouldn't believe you.
Well, I've looked in the mirror and I ain't convinced myself.
Look, Clem, I'm going to leave this pamphlet about fire prevention with you, and I want you to digest every word of it.
Well, I'll try. Food's so high, I'll eat anything now.
I want you to read it. Maybe it'll smarten you up on fire prevention.
Me read this pamphlet here?
That's right.
You want me to read it, huh?
That's right.
You sure you got the right house? Look, I know how to take precautions. When I build a fire in a fireplace, I always put newspapers down to keep the sparks from going on the rug. That's sure, boy. And I never throw a lighted cigarette away. I swallow it.
Doesn't that make you awfully sick?
It helps.
You have your incinerator a safe distance from the house.
Well, of course. You think I'm stupid? Don't have an incinerator right up here with a house. Got it out there next to the garage, see?
Against the garage?
Yeah.
Well, don't burn anything in the incinerator until you move it away from the garage.
Well, I already burned some stuff this morning, some incidentals like kerosene rags and some old .22 caliber bullets.
Good heavens. What happened? What happened?
How should I know? I've been too busy building a new garage.
Lem, what's in those cans over there?
Well, one of them cans has got kerosene in it, and the other one's got gasoline in it for the tractor.
Mm-hmm. How do you know which is which?
Well, it's very simple. I just pour one of them into the tractor, and then I take a swig out of the other one. And if the tractor don't go, boy, you ought to see me plow up that 40 acres.
Mrs. Caddle-Hopper, what kind of a stove do you cook on?
Well, we've got a gas stove, but it's not too good. Every time I cook on it, the flames shoot out and send some of my hair off.
Yeah, about 3 more pork chops, and we're going to start calling her Mount Baldy. That's too fast for him, Ma. He didn't get it.
The gas was leaking awful bad, but my boy Clem fixed that.
Yep, I fixed it. There's not a sign of gas now.
How'd you do it?
Didn't pay the bill.
Well, as a public servant, I want to give you a little advice.
Oh?
You should check everything that endangers your life as well as community property.
Oh?
And above all, clean up the trash in this yard. It only takes a few minutes to be neat.
Well, you know, now that makes sense. There's no sense to that for slums and stuff like that. And I'm one of the guys that's causing it. I'll have this stuff cleaned up in no time.
Oh, thanks, Clem. Your neighbors will appreciate it, too. Clem, if you're going to burn anything in the yard, no matter what it is, be sure and connect up your garden hose. Or have a bucket of water handy, just in case.
Okay. Well, now to clean up around here. Oh, this is the way. We sweep the yard. Well, what's the worst piece of rubbish laying around here? Well, let's see. I'll have to forget that. I won't fit in that incinerator. Boy, you give them writers a raise and they'll buy a dictionary every time. Well, I'll just start here by tearing down this old awning. I'll just rip it down. Well, now, I don't know whether that was my overalls or the awning. Well, either way, it got kind of cooler all of a sudden.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in all fine tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer, yet milder Rolly 903.
Yes, this new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you rich, full flavor, yet it's milder to smoke.
Get the new Rolly 903. You'll see the number 903 on the package. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. So smoke the new, richer, yet milder Rolly 903.
And now Dave Rose and his orchestra play his arrangement of Humorous from the motion picture Joan Crawford.
Chapter 3 in the scrapbook is entitled The Babysitter.
Yoo-hoo! Topsy-turvy, Tom! Mummy! Namor! Are you here? Yoo-hoo! You stinker, Tom! Well, here I is, all alone. We know what that means, don't we? Well, oh, look, the telephone. Mummy and Namo says not to talk on it, you know. But how would they know? Maybe they have the wires tapped. Then again, maybe they don't have them. Then again, maybe they does. Then again, I don't know why I'm so concerned about it. I'm going to do it anyhow. You know. Oh, boy, I wonder who I'll trap this time. I think I'll call up the Hollywood Bowl and ask them if they need any pin boys over there. We can pull. Inner's the heavy.
So, you've been talking on that telephone again.
Well, what makes you think I had?
What's that you're holding in your hand?
Me bubble gum.
The other hand.
Well, what do you know? The telephone. Now, who stuck that thing in me hand when I wasn't listening?
You come into my room where I can keep an eye on you.
Okay. Oh, boy, you should have been with me. I was down the street and I was playing down there, and Skip fell in a mud puddle. Of course, I helped him alone.
Now, sit down. Just sit down while I put my makeup on.
Okay. You know, I like the way you get yourself all pretty.
Do
what you putting that grease on your face for? Does it squeak?
I'm cleaning my face with cold cream.
Well, why don't you wash it?
I do wash, but this keeps the wrinkles away.
That's just supposed to keep the wrinkles away?
Yes.
I got news for you, kiddo. You had better go down to the corner store and get W money back.
Well, anyway, it keeps the crow's feet away from my eyes.
Yeah, it might keep the crow's feet away from your eyes, but it don't do much for that pelican's beak under your chin.
You're going to get it.
Don't you touch me. Don't you hit. You lay a mid on me, I'll tell.
You tell what?
Oh, I know all about you, kiddo. You just as much as touch me with your little pinky, that's all. Just go ahead. Boy, I will tell on you. I tell everybody that you used to be the sword swallower with a sideshow.
Why, I was no such thing.
Oh, no. Hey, Bernie, you want another sword?
No, give me a table knife. I'm on a diet. I'm going to tell your mother on you.
Yeah, you'll have to crawl under the bed to get me, no. Hey, no, you won't tell her either, because you're too sweet for that. You're too kind, because you know she gets me a spanking, and you're just a sweet old orchid gatherer. You wouldn't do the thing like that.
Oh, well, then, just behave.
Okay. They sure fall for that muffled duffel, don't they? Hey, what you getting all dressed up for? Where are you going?
To a gin rummy party with your mother, and I dread it.
Well, if you don't want to go, why don't you let Grandpa go?
Oh, he can't play gin.
Well, let him take it some other way. Who's going to take care of me?
The babysitter.
You mean that big fat girl that lives in our icebox? Boy, what a racket she's got. All she does for 50 cents an hour is to put me to bed and then go down and raid the icebox, you know. And she sits around reading them mushy love stories all the time. Don't bring good literature, you know, like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers and such like that. The mushy love stories she brings. And then once in a while she gets to reading real interested like that and she jumps up in the air and screams, you know.
Well, what does she scream about?
The hot foot I give her.
I thought she put you to bed.
Yeah, so did she. Hey, why don't you stay with me, Namo? I don't like her. I only like her just half. And the half I like her and half I don't. But the half I don't is bigger than the half I does.
Well, I'd love to, dear, but there's no way out of it.
Oh, you just mean you don't love me no more, that's all.
I do love you, Junior. Why, you're my whole life.
Yeah, then why are you always saying you'll be the death of me yet? You know? I know your type. You just fickle, that's all, you know. I know the way you feel about me, okay. You go your way, and I'll go my way. And I'll get in trouble before you.
Now, you stop acting so silly.
Yeah, take me with you, will you?
No, I can't. You're too little to stay up late.
Well, you can tell everybody I was a midget. Tell them I was your husband. Tell them I took a bath in alum and I shrunk.
No,
They'd never believe you.
Yeah, well, maybe I could shave and grow a mustache or something.
You're too young to have a mustache.
Oh, I don't know. I got a little fuzz on me lip now.
What?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Junior, you do have fuzz on your lip. Oh, what's your mother going to do?
Oh, probably hide the peaches where I can't reach them. Oh, yes, Mummy, doll. Oh, you look so pretty today.
Oh, do you really think I'm pretty, dear?
Yes, I does. I love your long golden hair and the short black roots. Oh, Mommy. Well, hey, Mommy, can Nemo stay home with me tonight?
No, dear. No, the babysitter's coming.
Well, you better tell her to stop sitting on this baby or she's going to get stuck with a pin.
And Junior, while we're on the subject, I want you to be nicer to her when she's here. Last time you pulled her hair.
Well, how did I know it was going to come off? Goodness, you know, I is nice. I always remove my hat before I bite that babysitter. I'm the perfect gentleman.
Junior, you must be good now. And another thing, before you go to sleep, don't forget to say your prayers.
I say them.
Did you say your prayers last night?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear you.
I wasn't talking to you.
Now, don't start talking stupid.
Well, now, I is not stupid. I is smart. You just asked me a question.
All right. If there were 4 pieces of cake in the cupboard and you ate one, what would you have?
A spanking.
That proves you're stupid. The answer is not a spanking.
It isn't. Well, that was the answer yesterday afternoon, Kato. Look at him.
Junior, come away from that fishbowl.
You know, I can't figure it out. Them fish stay down that water all day long and they never drown.
Fish do fine underwater. They breathe it through their gills.
Through their gills? Screen actors? Hey, I want a pair of gills. I want a pair of gills so I can breathe underwater, too.
Oh, Junior, now don't be silly.
No, I want a pair of gills. I want a pair of gills. Well, at least I got something anyhow. Look at this silly fish.
And stop making faces at the goldfish.
They started it.
It's no wonder we can't keep a babysitter.
Well, I don't care. I'd rather stay by myself anyhow. Give me the 50 cents. You folks don't love me anymore anyhow. I could just stay here and play with a mattress and burn the house down. I could barbecue myself. That's what I could do. Hot Dog Junior, they would call me. And I would get myself all barbecued and I'd crawl inside a loaf of bread and sprinkle myself with mustard and... Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I scared me down.
Poor baby.
Yes, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart. I don't like that babysitter because she don't like me.
And you'll have to try to make her like you.
And
here's what I want you to do to her. You were bad the last time she was here. So when she gets here tonight, I want you to kiss her and tell her you're sorry.
Well, I will not do it. I will not kiss her. I know she's pretty, but I don't want to kiss her.
Why?
Well, because... Come outside, and I'll tell you, I don't want your mother to hear this. She's at the age where she picks things up. We'll be right back now.
Now, what's he up to? Oh, Pink. Mother, would you mind taking care of Junior not going to the party tonight?
I'd love to take care of him.
Where's the phone?
Here it is.
How come it's off the hook?
I had it ready for you an hour ago.
Oh. Operator. Why doesn't she answer?
Well, you talking in the ear pod. You're talking in the ear.
What? Operator. Operator 4936.
I'm sorry you had to give up your evening memo.
It's a pleasure, dear. Hello. Agnes, you don't have to bother coming over to take care of Junior tonight. Goodbye.
It worked.
Well, what on earth did you tell her?
Well, when she said I had to kiss the babysitter, I said to her, I'm not going to kiss her because she might slap me the way she did Pop.
Oh, Junior. You didn't. You're kidding.
Oh, you keep laughing. You better have Pop to do the same thing, too. That's all.
The Abbott Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guests Sally Eilers and Alan Hale, Warner Brothers star of Adventures of Mark Twain, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
what's all the excitement?
Oh, Abbott, the big circus just came to town, and I've been out watching the parade. What a parade! First came the elephants, after them come the clowns, and after the clowns came the beautiful Lady Godiva on a big white horse.
What? Wait a minute, Al. What came after Lady Godiva?
Me and every sailor in California.
Costello, aren't you a little old to be following parades?
Oh, not me, Abbott. I'm crazy about circus parades. I love those big elephants. Quote, some people like to be firemen and squirt water through their nose, but I like to be an elephant and squirt water through my nose. Unquote.
All right, never mind. Look, never mind the circus.
Boy, did that lay.
All right, never mind the circus. Look, never mind the circus. We have other things to do.
Oh, yes. Yes, but I can't forget about the circus, Abbott. I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Rollo was the world's greatest tightrope walker.
Yes?
Until he broke his neck.
Well, how did he break his neck?
One night he was tight and the rope wasn't. Zip! Neck. Crack.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I had another uncle. He was 6 feet tall. He used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
No. All right, Costello, I've heard enough. Let's change the subject.
Oh, Abbott, you're talking about the happiest days of my life. What fun I used to have in a sideshow. I always used to tickle the tattooed lady with a feather.
You tickled the tattooed lady? What for?
To see moving pictures.
The moving pictures.
But she finally had to leave the circus, Abbott.
You mean the tattooed lady quit?
No, she had her face lifted and it threw all the pictures out of focus.
Costello, now don't try to kid me. I don't believe you were ever near a circus.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's a picture of me taken with a Ubangi girl.
Let me see it. Wait a minute. I see the Ubangi girl, but I don't see you.
I'm sitting in the shade of her lower lip.
Oh. Look, Costello, just what did you do at the circus?
I used to train the wild zebras.
You trained wild zebras?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't make me laugh. You don't even know what a zebra is.
Oh, don't. A zebra is a black horse with Venetian blinds.
Well, hello, fellas.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
What's cooking, boys?
Nothing's cooking, Niles. You brought that aroma in with you.
No. I'll cut that out. Say, Ken, Costello was just telling me that there's a circus in town. Did you see the parade?
Indeed I did, Bud. I know all about that circus. In fact, my lovely wife helped bring the circus to Hollywood.
What did she do, pull one of the wagons?
Now, look here, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right. Her ears are too long.
Costello, will you be quiet? What did you mean, Ken, about your wife bringing the circus to town?
Well, Bud, my wife is co-chairman of the big Hollywood Benefit Carnival and Circus.
Mm-hmm.
She's been up every night preparing for this big carnival. That's why she has those little crow's feet under her eyes.
Little crow's feet? Brother, those crows must have been wearing baseball shoes.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overgrown hippopotamus.
I said it for you to hear, yes.
Take it easy, Costello.
What are you wearing?
Never mind.
There's an army man outside who wants to talk to you.
An army man? What does he want?
He wants you to replace a tank for active duty.
Now, do you see what you started, Costello? Always fighting. Nobody will like you.
Oh, I don't worry about that, Abbott. I'm the kind of guy that grows on people.
The only trouble is, Costello, a little too much of you grew on you.
Oh, you sure stole him that time?
Boy, you kill you, don't you?
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. To me, you're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and Kenneth, my love, you're the only man in the world.
You're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and you're the only man in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been listening to Adam and Neal.
Oh, stop it, please, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Ken was just telling us that you're co-chairman of the Hollywood Benefit Carnival.
That's right, Mr. Abbott. And I'm asking all the movie stars to donate their services.
Well, I don't know exactly what I can do, Mrs. Niles, but Costello here was just telling me that he used to be with a circus.
Costello with a circus? What cage was he in?
What cage was I in? I was in there with the little... I wasn't in any cage, kid. I used to manage somebody. I used to manage the great Minestrone. He was the greatest high diver in the world. I didn't know I had to continue. He used to dive 500 feet from the top of the tent into a pail of water.
Dive 500 feet into a pail of water? Nobody can do that.
He did it once.
Never mind what he did. Look, Costello, never mind what he did. What can you do in this circus? For example, are you an equestrian?
I'm an American.
No, Costello. Now, how would you like to ride bareback?
What, in front of all those people?
Listen, you dummy. Do you know anything about trick riding?
Oh, you mean, am I an equestrian?
Well,
that's different, Abbott. I'm the best trick rider you ever saw.
You are?
One time in a circus, I rode 2 horses standing up. 1 foot on one horse and the other foot on the other horse.
And what happened?
Suddenly, an elephant came between us. One horse went one way, the other horse went the other way.
I'll bet that was a laugh.
Laugh? I thought I'd split.
Shut up!
Straddling the equator off the west coast of South America are the Galapagos Islands, guarding the Pacific approaches to the Panama Canal. To Americans stationed in the Galapagos Islands, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. And the Camel cigarettes that reach the Pacific Islands, as well as the Camels that reach you, are fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camels now. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out today, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Fanny Rich and the orchestra answer many requests for Speak Low.
Circus show. Get your tickets right over. Misbehavior, she shakes, she quivers. Moves every muscle for 10 cents. And right over here we have Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Hey, you fat man. Step over and see Jojo, the dog-faced boy, for a quarter.
Hey, I wouldn't pay a quarter to see a dog-faced boy.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
Oh, yeah.
You can go in for nothing.
What?
Courtesy to all freaks.
Never mind him. Come on, Costello. We're expected at the manager's office. Mrs. Niles told her we'd be here. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Pardon me, miss. We'd like to, Say, Costello, look who it is. Sally Eilers.
Gee, hello, Sally. My name's Lou Costello.
Oh, don't bother about that. Can happen to anybody. You fellas are just in time. The show's about to go on, and our lion tamer quit.
Costello, do you know anything about lions?
Do I know anything about lions? Of course I know a lot of things about lions. One time I went lion hunting in Africa with my brother, and I brought back a stuffed lion.
What was the lion stuffed with?
My brother. And another thing, kid, you ain't getting me in a cage with no lion.
Oh, but you don't have to be afraid of this lion. He was raised on milk.
So was I, but I eat meat now. When I can get it.
Oh, but this lion hasn't any teeth.
I know, but he could gum me to pieces.
But, Costello, this circus is for charity. You mean you won't go into that lion cage?
No. Why should I risk youth, security, and beauty?
Well, perhaps lion taming is too dangerous. However, you can help at one of the concessions. Come over here with me. Now walk this way.
I can't walk that way.
Why not?
You're wearing high heels.
All right. Shut up, will you please? We'll find out what's going on around here. Now, what do you want us to do over here, Sally?
Well, Bud, you and I will stand out at the counter and sell these baseballs. And Costello, you stick your head through that hole in the canvas.
And what am I going to see through that hole?
Well, you might see some big stars.
You mean like Ginger Rogers and Lana Turner?
Oh, no. More like Jupiter and Mars.
What studio do they work for? I know that Hedy Lamar's, but that Jupiter guy, I don't know.
I know, but don't be stupid. Go ahead now. Come on, be a nice little boy. Stick your head through that canvas. That a boy. That's fine. All right, folks, step right up. 3 balls for a dime. Hit the little boy on the head.
And folks,
3
step
balls
right
for a dime. Step right up.
Hit the little boy on the head.
That's the spirit.
Step right up.
Step right up.
Wait a minute. Hit what boy on what head? And with what ball?
We're talking about you, Costello.
Yes, the people throw these baseballs at your head. If they hit you, they get a box of candy.
And I get a box of aspirins.
No.
That first word was funny, wasn't it?
Listen, you know what you do, Lou? When you see the ball coming, you duck.
Yeah, but suppose I forget to duck.
Oh, we've taken care of that. We furnish you with a safety cap. If the ball hits you, it bounces off the cap.
Yes, ma'am. But did you ever take into consideration what makes the little ball bounce off the little cap? My head! I quit!
No.
Quit!
Don't be silly. Lou, you can't get hurt.
Oh, no? What happened to the guy who had this job before I took it?
Oh, here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher by.
Stretcher? Hey, Abbott, I'm going to ask this guy on a stretcher a question. Hey, buddy, did those baseballs hurt you? How does your little head feel?
Oh, my little head feels fine.
Oh, good.
In fact, I feel absolutely normal.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so glad you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
Miss Lamar? That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here!
No, don't be such a coward, Costello. Put your head back in that hole. And I'll throw a few practice balls. Get ready now. Now, here comes the first one. Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and stop playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth. Miss Iders, would you mind stepping back, please? You are standing on the tooth that I use for my essence.
This is for charity. Now, go ahead, Bud. Throw another ball. It'll attract the crowd.
Now what's the matter?
Why aren't the sirens blowing?
Why should the sirens blow?
There's a blackout!
Oh, Costello, did he really hit you?
Did he hit me? With this slip on my head, a haircut will cost me double. I ain't taking this job, Sally. Get another boy.
Well, that's a fine thing. It's a fine thing coming from you, Costello. This is a benefit and for charity. And they need a hard-headed man like you, and you want to crawl out from under. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Guess I'm an ingrate.
I'll say you are. You could make hundreds of people happy. Think of the fun they could have throwing baseballs at your head. But no. You're selfish. You want to quit and spoil their pleasure.
I'm sorry. I'm a regular killjoy.
Yes, you are a killjoy. Think of the mothers and fathers who bring their little kiddies, little teeny-weeny kiddies down here to laugh at you getting hit on the head. But do you care about the kiddies? Do you care about the little teeny-weeny kiddies? No, not you.
I'm always thinking of myself.
Yeah, I'll say you are.
Oh, I'm a bad boy! Hey, Abbott, please don't tell my scoutmaster on me.
Well, I should.
Oh, please don't. If you do, he won't take me to see the La Brea tar pits.
Oh, Sally! Oh, it's Mrs. Niles.
Oh, Sally, my dear, I just came from the main tent. The wrestling match is about to start, and something terrible's happened.
What's the matter? Did you forget to put on the tights? You forget your tights or something? What kind of typing is this?
Oh, nothing of the sort. We arranged for a professional wrestler to take all comers, and he's broken his arm. We must get a substitute immediately. Someone with stamina, strength, and courage.
And that man is Lou Costello.
Oh. Yes, that man is Cut it out, Abbott. I ain't going to wrestle. My brother was a wrestler, and he got a terrible cauliflower ear.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people have cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but his is clean.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Look, Lou. They'll announce you wrestle anybody. Then I'll jump into the ring first, and we'll pretend to wrestle. That's all there is to it.
I got a better idea, Abbott. Why can't I wrestle Sally Eilers?
Oh, but Lou, that's silly. Boys don't wrestle with girls.
Oh, she's so young.
Get out of here!
And now here's Connie Haynes to sing a brand new song. For the first time on the air, listen to Saltwater Cowboy.
Who is that great, big, wonderful man wearing that fine coat of tan? He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his reins. Just a saltwater cowboy, and the herd he rides is strange. He's a rounding up his country's foes, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little nippy, I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boy, and he's long and lank and lean. He's the saltwater cowboy, United States Marine. Get along, Silky Yankee, like the man from the Golden West. I'm gonna brand your carcass with a star-striped U.S. Oh, you don't have to worry, he will keep your pasture free. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine.
As the fellow said after he bet on Bing Crosby's horses, they're going to run all night. All day, too, and with flat feet. Yes, that's plenty flat, all right. And it can be worse in your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camel. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. You see, Camel cigarettes are matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos, blended to give them more flavor. And more flavor helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Give Camel cigarettes the T-zone test. Your taste will prove to you that Camels do have more flavor. And your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
All right, Costello. The tent is filling up. Are you all dressed for the wrestling match with me?
Yes, I'm all ready, Abbott. How do I look in these wrestling trunks?
Wait a minute. What kind of trunks are those? What's that writing across the seat?
Oh, that lights up, Abbott.
And what does it say?
Come to Joe's for dinner. What a spread.
All right. All right, let's get out there. The crowd's waiting.
Hey, look, Abbott, remember one thing. When they call for volunteers to wrestle me, be sure you're the first one to get in the ring. There's some pretty tough guys out there. I don't want to wrestle any one of them swing shift workers.
Why not?
Because when they swing, I might not shift.
You wait here in the locker room, Costello. I'll see if they're ready.
Oh, Bud Abbott, I've got some wonderful news for you. We've got a great opponent for Costello to wrestle. I want you to meet Alan Hale.
Well, hello, Bud. Where's that little meatball partner of yours? I want to bounce him around a little.
Wait a minute, Alan. Costello expects to wrestle me.
Oh, no. He's my pigeon. I'm collecting waste fast.
Gee, Alan, I don't think Costello's in good shape.
Oh, don't worry. I'll straighten him out. I think I'll go in and take a look at the body. But don't let on that I'm wrestling him. I want it to come as a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Lou, a friend of yours wants to say hello to you. Alan Hale.
Oh, hello, Alan, old boy. Did you come over here to watch me wrestle?
Watch you? Why, Costello, I want you to feel that I'll be in there with you every minute. And tell me, Costello, have you ever had any wrestling experience?
Oh, sure. One time I wrestled a champion of an African tribe.
You banged?
Yeah, and he banged me right back. He uppercutted me.
Boys, now we can't stay in the locker room. The crowd's waiting.
Okay, Sally, and don't worry, Abbott. I won't hurt you one bit.
That's right, Abbott. He won't lay a hand on you.
I don't know what I'm laughing at. But after all, he is our guest star.
Well, let's go, Costello. Into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main match of the evening. In this corner, at 205 pounds, Lou Canvasback Costello. And in the other corner, the challenger at 493 pounds.
493 pounds? Hey, Abbott. Ha, they're trying to make you look good, Abbott.
The Warner Brothers star of The Adventures of Mark Twain, Mr. Alan Hale.
Alan Hale? Alan Hale? Abbott, when did you change your name? When did you start working for Warner Brothers instead of Universal? When are you making the pictures of The Adventures of Mark Twain? What's the matter? Are we together? Why, they're framing me. Hale, I'm supposed to wrestle you. Abbott, or somebody?
I know who you're supposed to wrestle. Abbott's no match for you. He's certainly no match for you. Come on now, Costello. I'm going to slam you on that canvas, step on your gizzard, and hit you on the head so hard you'll be wearing your socks for a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And furthermore, I think you can do it.
Come, boys. Let's get on with this wrestling match. I'm the referee. And as the referee, there's one thing I insist on, a clean fight. I want a clean fight. And I want a clean fight.
Then why don't you two guys fight? I get kind of dirty.
Quiet, Costello. Pay attention to the referee.
Yeah, there's another thing. As the referee, I am not interested in either one of you. I am playing no favorites. No favorites. You understand that, Costello?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that, Mr. Hale?
Yeah, Charlie, and tell your sister I'll be over at 9 o'clock.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Hale goes out with the referee's sister. I'm getting out of here.
Get back there, Costello. Now, remember, at the bell, shake hands.
I don't have to shake hands. Mine are shaking already.
Be a sport, Costello. Stick out your hand.
Okay. My hand. Alan, my hand. Well, I can always use it for a fly swatter.
All right, boys, at the bell, start to wrestle. Remember, one fall takes all.
Costello, get in there and put up a great fight.
Stop the match! Stop the match!
We haven't started yet.
I know, but I'm winded.
Let's go, Costello. I'll mop up the floor with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you something, Hale. You show me a tough guy and I'll show you a coward.
Well, I'm a tough guy.
Well, I'm a coward.
Get ready now, Costello. Here's a toe hold.
Here's a leg hold.
Here's a headlock.
Here's a hammerlock.
Here's your arm.
Thanks.
Come on, Costello. You're putting up a terrific fight.
Oh, my nose. Hale, you flattened my nose. How will I smell?
Shall I tell him?
Keep going, Costello. Keep going. Get in there.
Hey, Abbott, I think I've got him worried. He's afraid.
Well, what do you mean he's afraid?
He's afraid he's going to kill me.
Get set, Costello. I'm going to give you a body slam.
Wait a minute. Hey. Ooh.
Costello, please, stay down there. Don't keep jumping up.
Who's jumping up? I'm bouncing. Hey, Abbott, throw in the towel. Throw in the towel right now.
Why now?
I don't think I'll be around this way again.
Don't worry, Costello. And now I got a little something that'll settle this whole match. See if you like this airplane spin.
You ain't got no pilot's license, Hale. Let me go.
Here you go. Way up in the air.
Wait a second. Put me down, Hale. Put me down.
It's round and round and round you go.
And when I come out, and nobody knows.
Costello, get up. The crowd's waiting for you to get back into the ring. Get out from under those seats.
Abbott, I'm not going into that ring.
You're not. You're talking like a coward. Where's your backbone?
Yeah, Costello. Where's your backbone?
I don't know where it is, and I'm not going back in there till I find it.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Colonel William Leverett of Lexington, South Carolina, who has been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism. Leading a flight of only 7 American fighters over the Aegean Sea, he sighted 30 German planes about to bomb an Allied convoy. He attacked immediately, and knowing that his ammunition was limited, waited until he was dangerously close to each German plane before firing. Colonel Leverett personally destroyed 7 enemy planes and damaged 2 others, while the other 6 pilots destroyed 10 more without a single loss. In honor of you and your men, Colonel William Leverett, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante, Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And now, here's Abbott with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, you certainly made a fool of yourself tonight. Now, I want you to be very careful next week with Linda Darnell.
Why, Abbott?
Well, you know, Linda used to be in the circus business and the mind-reading act in vaudeville. She can read your mind.
She can't read my mind, brother. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, hello, Linda.
Abbott, it's Linda Darnell. No.
Hello, Linda. What do you know? Oh.
Well, Costello, did Linda read your mind?
She must have. It's the first time I ever got slapped over the phone.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with Freddie Rich and his orchestra and our special guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Here's one reason why. Prince Albert's no-bite treated to keep your pipe from biting your tongue. Yes, sir, because Prince Albert's no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. The big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert holds around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls. And believe me, each one is mighty convincing proof that PA stands for Pipe Appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Oh, I thought it was pronounced tablet. Really?
You bet your life.
Oh, that's awesome.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Land sakes, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we asked for married couples to volunteer, and here come the two that were chosen, Dr. and Mrs. Lloyd Ely. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Like to find that around the house, huh? Dr. and Mrs. Lloyd Ely, huh? Well, the baseball season hasn't started yet, but I see the Giants are with us. Lloyd, which one is Lloyd? This is Lloyd.
I'm Lloyd.
How tall are you?
About 6 feet 3 inches in my socks, my stockings.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Eli, is that the way you pronounce it?
Ely.
Ely, eh? You look even taller. How tall are you?
I'm about 6'5" with shoes.
Oh, well, that's marriage for you. She wears shoes and he goes around in stocking feet. How much you weigh, Doc?
About 240.
Is that with or without shoes?
It doesn't much matter.
Well, Mrs. Ely, what's your first name? I can't keep calling you Mrs. Ely.
Ann. Ann's fine.
Ann?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not Ann Sheridan, huh?
Oh, no. Ann
You
Sheridan.
look like her. You sure you're not Ann Sheridan?
Ann Sheridan's a redhead, and I don't believe she's 6'5" with shoes on, and I think you're flattering me.
I don't think so. Have you ever been a redhead?
No, I've been a blonde for about 16 years.
How old are you?
26.
Now, Doc, are you a dog doctor or a horse doctor? And if you're a horse doctor, what do you hear from Mare Island?
Well, I'm not a horse doctor. I'm a resident physician in internal medicine at Wadsworth.
You just take care of residences?
No, not exactly. Veterans. It's a veterans hospital.
Oh. You're pretty young to be in a veterans hospital, aren't you?
Well, you have a point.
Yes, I have. It's right on top of my head. How do you like keeping house for a doctor, Ann? Do you find it exciting?
I don't keep house. I, too, am a resident physician at Wadsworth Veterans Hospital.
You both doctors? Say, this is an amazing medical discovery.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 500 pounds of doctor staring down my throat. You work in a hospital, too, huh?
Yes, I do.
Well, one good intern deserves another. How long have you two been married? I presume you are married.
4 years and 8 months.
Mm-hmm. When did you meet old Sawbones here, Ann?
Met him in the first year of medical, when I was a medic.
Did you shake him well before taking him? Tell us about it. Was it love at first sight?
I didn't think too much of him when I first met him.
Thought he was just another pill, eh? Not even sugar-coated. What was the matter with him when you first met him that you changed your opinion of him?
Well, we were working over adjacent cadavers, and he asked me for a date.
You were working over what?
Adjacent cadavers.
What a lovely name for a summer resort. Spending a weekend at adjacent cadavers. Wish you were here. Well, was it easy to distinguish him from the cadavers? Not at first, huh? He was fairly quiet, huh? And what happened?
We were working...
How did you know whose hand you were holding?
At any rate, he asked me for a date at one of the fraternity balls, and I thought it was a bit late, and I didn't like the way he asked me.
How did he ask
thought
you?
it was a last resort.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the summer resort, I guess. Doc, that's you, Lloyd. How is your bedside manner? For example, how do you cheer up a patient?
Well, try to reassure them, explain the disease that they have, what they can look forward to in the future, and try to make them as happy as possible.
Do you ever tell them jokes?
Well, rarely. Rarely. My stock isn't too good.
Well, do you have any rib ticklers at all? I'm always in the market for a real corker, you know.
I have a few.
Could you knock one off here?
Well, I occasionally tell the one about seeing a man in the hospital hall who was hopping up and down on one foot. And I asked him what was the trouble. And he told me, well, I saw my doctor the other day. He told me to take pills for 2 days and then skip a day.
And do any of the patients recover from that joke?
Only a few.
Seems to me that's worse than giving him an appendectomy. But what are your plans for the future, Lloyd? Will Anne retire and take up housekeeping as a career?
No.
Or housewifing?
We plan to set up an office together.
Oh, that's nice. Well, how are you going to decide who gets the patients?
Well, we'll probably divide them.
I had no idea you were both taking surgery. They don't bother splitting fees. They just split the patient. Well, you're a charming and interesting couple. And, Doc, if she ever gets mad and sticks her tongue out at you, be sure to send her a bill.
I'll do that.
Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,500 question. Now, right now, I want you to listen to these words of importance.
It's the talk of the nation. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. America's most spectacular new car. The new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. With a revolutionary new Fire Dome V8 engine. 160 horsepower. Thanks to its dome-shaped combustion chambers, you get more power from every drop of gas. More power using less gasoline, and regular gasoline at that. That DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine gives you surging power and acceleration in all speed ranges. Power with smoothness never before achieved. The new DeSoto also brings you sensational power steering that lets you turn the wheels with one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. Add in the sleek lines of DeSoto's new air vent hood, new safer power brakes, and a host of other great features, and you have America's most talked about new car. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow. See and drive this great new car. The 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules,
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sciences ending in ology as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
1950.
What is the science called that deals with the structure of the Earth?
Geology.
Geology is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.50.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the $39.50 will you risk now?
$39.
What is the science called that deals with the skin?
Dermatology.
That's true.
You've now climbed to $78.50.
And here's your third question. How much of this vast loot will you bet this time?
78.
Oh, all right. 78.
What is the science called that deals with human behavior?
Psychology.
Psychology is right. How you spell it, Doc?
P-S-Y-C-H-O-L-O-G-Y.
Say, that's right good, huh?
You now have $156.50.
I thought that was Physio Wally School. You have $156.50, and how much of this are you going to try this time?
All of them.
All right, all of it.
All right, what is the science called that deals with ancient things and relics of early races of mankind?
Archaeology. Paleontology.
One answer now.
Do you think it's paleontology?
Come on, kids, time's a wasting.
Archaeology.
Archaeology is right. You're pretty alive. And she talked him out of it, too.
You wind up with $313.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Lovely luck.
We have a couple of young people for you now, Groucho. They were chosen from our studio audience just before we went on the air. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Perry Ann Webb and Mr. Herman G. Smith. Folks, would you come in here, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome, kids. See you bet your life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see. Herman G. Smith and Mrs. Perry Webb. Is that right? Perry Webb, eh? How old are you, Herm?
35.
35. And where are you from?
Born in above an undertaker's parlor in Dillon, Montana.
You didn't happen to meet two cadavers there, did you?
That's my mother.
Where were you born? In Montana?
Dillon, Montana.
Is that a cowboy town? A mining town?
I believe it's a mining town.
It's been quite some time since you were there.
Yes.
How long?
35 years.
You left the day you were born?
2 days later.
You learned to walk quickly, didn't you? What sort of work do you do?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to tell you. I'm in between jobs. I worked for the Red Cross for 16 years, and now I'm making a change.
You going with the Blue Cross now?
No. I'm going to private enterprise, Long Beach Amusement Company.
That's what we need, more private enterprise. This is a Hoover man, I can tell that. This is Parahan Webb. Huh?
Webb.
You're the housewife?
Yes, I am.
A very attractive one, too.
Thank you very much.
Have you always been this pretty?
Well, I don't remember.
What's your hometown, Parahan?
Istanbul.
Istanbul?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is that?
In Turkey.
Oh, really? I thought the only thing in Turkey was stuffing. That's not a very good joke, is it?
No.
You don't have to agree quite so quickly, you know. You kind of played around with it for a while. You're married, huh?
Yes, I am.
Unfortunate. Where did you meet your husband, in Turkey or in America?
In Paris.
Was he a parasite?
No.
Did you like that joke better than the one about the stuffing?
No.
This girl is 100% right. She doesn't like any joke I've said. Well, did you get married in Paris or in Turkey?
In Greece.
Got married in Greece, eh? Out of the frying pan into the fire.
No.
What does your husband do?
He's in the army.
In the Greek army?
No, in American army.
Oh. I see. How did you meet your husband, Parahan?
Well, I was in Paris, and we were crossing the street with my friend, and somebody was coming so fast.
He was crossing the street with your friend?
I was crossing the street with
his
my
friend?
No, with my own friend.
Oh, and he was in Greece?
No, in Paris.
Oh.
I was in Paris, and he was in Paris too that time.
Oh, he was in Paris?
Yes.
Huh? Oh, I see.
And then after I was crossing the street, and somebody was coming so fast, and he put the brake, and he went, whoo!
He was in the car?
Yes, he was driving the car.
Oh.
And
this was an army car?
No, he was his own car.
Oh.
Yes.
So he put the brakes on real fast?
Uh-huh.
And?
And then after, I scared, of course, and my friend also was scared. I scared very much.
You were scared?
Yes,
Why?
I was scared.
Did he look so horrible? Or?
Well, we almost got killed.
Oh.
And then after he got out from the car, he said, I'm sure I didn't mean to kill you, but I can take you where you go.
I didn't mean to kill you, but I'd like to have another go at it.
And then after, I said, okay, take us home. And we ride the car.
And you make a practice of getting in cars with strange men and driving around Paris?
Well, it's not so bad.
I hope you've broken that habit, have you?
No, I didn't.
You mean every time you cross the street and somebody stops their car, you hop in and go away?
Oh, no. Well,
Just
no.
occasionally, yeah?
Sometimes.
When do you plan on crossing the street again? Let's talk about your romance a little more. Now, you say you met your husband in Paris.
Yes.
How could you marry him in Greece? Didn't you catch him until then?
Well, I went to Greece. I used to go very often to Greece.
You used to go where?
With my friend. To Greece.
You used to go to Greece?
Yes, very
Salonika?
often. No, Athens.
What did your husband say when he asked you to marry him? Do you remember?
Yes, he come and he said, who is those guys? Well, I said, they are my friend. And then after, he said, please don't go with them out. I said, why? I like to have a couple of friends. I go out, I have fun. I don't have anything serious with any of you, I said. Oh, he said, please don't talk like this. You know how much you mean to me, and I want to marry you. And then after, I said, I can't say yes unless if you go and ask my mother first.
You mean you gave your mother first crack at this guy? They do things different in Athens. Now, where were the Romans while this was going on? Were they at the gates? Now, what happened then?
And then after I wrote, dear mother, I said, this guy is a nice guy and he wants to marry me. What do you think about it?
What'd your mother say? Did she say yes?
No.
She said no?
Yes.
She certainly changed her mind in a hurry. Well, I've enjoyed talking to you two. And if you want to enjoy something, you take a ride in the new DeSoto, Fire Dome 8. You'd be crazy about it.
Okay.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our two doctors won $313, and the secret word is table.
Let's see how high I can build you $20. You get 4 questions. All of these questions can be answered by pronouncing a single letter of the alphabet. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? And talk real loud. And talk it over between.
1950. Yes. Okay, 1950.
1950, yeah? All right, give me the name of an insect that can be answered with 1 letter.
Flea? That's more than one. Huh?
B.
B.
All right, well, that's too bad. All right, the big money, anyhow, is the $2,500. You have 50 cents left. How much of this will you bet on your second question? How much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it.
All of it? All right. What do you call the rod or stick used in billiards?
Q.
Q is right. All right, now you've got $1. How much of this are you going to bet this time?
All of it.
All of it. What is the letter that is an abbreviation for a national club for young men and women?
Y.
Y is right. How could you miss the first one?
You got me.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $2 you're going to bet now?
All of it.
All of it. Give me the name of a bird that can be answered with 1 letter of the alphabet. Take a stab if you don't know.
What?
Nothing?
Nothing.
J.
J.
Blue Jay.
They went broke, Roger.
It's a corn plaster. All right, well, we can't let you leave here with... How much have they got, $2?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, I'm going to give you 1 question. You get it right, and you win the $25. You ready?
Ready.
What color is the White House?
Happens to be white.
White is absolutely right. Hey there, kid.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a couple of young people. They're single. Groucho, I want you to meet them. They're Miss Mary Lou Schwartz, Mr. Michael Mekjian. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx. Right there.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Marilyn Schwartz, huh?
Mary Lou.
Mary Lou Schwartz, huh? And Mr. Michael Mekjian?
That's very good.
It is, huh? How old are you, Mary Lou? That's a blunt question. I expect a blunt answer.
24.
24, huh? Well, you were a very young-looking 24. I thought you were about 23. I understand you're not married. Am I right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you engaged?
No.
How old are you, Mike?
I'm 30.
30? Well, that's the... And you're not married?
No.
Well, don't get any wrong ideas about Mary Lou here.
I'm not.
I'll thank you to go out and find your own girls. Are you interested in matrimony, Mary?
Yes, I could be.
Mm-hmm. This is leap year, you know. Have you made any plans to do any leaping?
No.
Then why are you wearing your third finger on your left hand? No answer. Well, let's find out something about you two. You two may be more compatible than you realize. And Lloyd's will give you 8 to 5. This boy doesn't leave this program single here tonight. What sort of work do you do, Mike?
I'm a landscape architect.
Just what is a landscape architect?
Well, a landscape architect is probably a man who designs, develops, and supervises outdoor space for human use and enjoyment. To the average homeowner, it means maybe...
It means about $3,000.
Oh, that's a good prize. Yeah. It really means designing to a homeowner. It means designing a garden.
Mm-hmm. In other words, you're a gardener. Well, why didn't you say that?
Well, I beg your pardon. I'm not a gardener. A gardener couldn't perform my job any better than an usher could perform your job.
Not so loud. There are 6 ushers out there, and 4 of them have their own program. And the other 2 have their eye on this job. Well, I originally started out thinking I could get you 2 together, but it seems like I'll have to resort to trickery. I'll bet you a dozen roses, Mary Lou, against your phone number that I can get you to propose to my kid. You want to bet? Huh?
I'll bet you can't.
We'll see. I'll give you a little practice quiz. Huh? Now, wait a minute now. Let me think. What do you call the document disposing of a person's property at death?
Will.
Okay. Now, what do you call a female sheep?
You.
Oh, am I sucking her in here? Now, think hard, Mary Lou. Who was the little girl who had a little lamb?
Mary.
Now, what have you got so far?
Will you marry?
This is a cinch. One more question now. Think now, Mary. What is the 3rd note in the scale?
Fa.
Why, you scoundrel, you, huh? Why, Mary, it's supposed to be me. Your scale is even crookeder than the one in the butcher uses. Well, you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The 2 doctors still lead with $313.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected names of states. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? 19. Nicknames of states. Oh, I beg your pardon.
19?
Nicknames of states.
19.
All right. What state is nicknamed the Sunflower State?
Kansas.
Kansas is right.
Oh.
You're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 will you bet on your second question?
39, you say?
You don't have to kiss her. Just tell her what.
38.
$38, huh? All right. What state is named the Show Me State?
Missouri.
Missouri is right.
You now have $77.
Here's the third question. How much will you bet?
What'd you say?
Okay. Talk
okay.
75.
75.
She
all right.
chooses.
What state is nicknamed the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Indiana.
Climb to $152.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $152 are you going to try?
150.
150. What state is nicknamed the Buckeye State?
Ohio.
Ohio is right. Give him a big kiss.
And you wind up with $302.
This is killing me for the roses tomorrow.
And that means that our 2 doctors with $313. In just 1 minute, get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Don't let another day go by. Now is the time to get your car ready for spring. But remember, don't take it just anywhere. Take it tomorrow to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask for a springtime live action tune-up. Here, expert mechanics will go over the engine of your car, adjusting carburetor, distributor, and timing, checking your car's electrical system after the heavy load of winter. They'll check the cooling system and put it in shape for the extra miles of warmer weather driving. And they'll see to it that your car is properly lubricated to factory specifications. You'll drive out in a far peppier car, ready for thousands and thousands of miles of trouble-free economical operation. And remember, too, the service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers is prompt. The price is fair. So drive in for that springtime live action tune-up tomorrow. You owe it to your car. You owe it to yourself, for this can mean a summer of happy driving and trouble-free operation for your car. Just look for the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here comes the two doctors.
He's real joy.
The winning couple all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
All right, here we go for $2,500. And if you lose this money, you can go home tonight and at least you'll know what to take in the way of medicine. However, I'm not rooting for you to lose. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the sights of London is a famous waxworks, where celebrities of all kinds are displayed as wax figures. For $2,500, what is the name of this world-famous oddity? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Chase's waxworks.
No, I'm sorry. It's Madame Tussauds waxwork. It's a very famous museum. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$313 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. Remember, see the DeSoto 508 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook. Vic has just this moment arrived home from the office. He's depositing his straw hat on top of the bookcase. Young Rush is seated at the library table, gazing somewhat blankly at the wall. And his father says to him,
"Are you in a trance, Pocket Watch? I'm trying to figure something out." When I greeted you joyously, your rejoinder was sluggish and preoccupied. Uh-huh. Your mother and Miss Stembottom got off on their automobile trip to Pontiac in good shape? I guess so. When they due back? 6:30 or 7. If it's any later, we're supposed to fix our own supper. I enjoy trying my hand at culinary art on occasion. If your mother hasn't returned by 6:30... I'll put on an apron and fry you the tastiest round steak you ever put in your mouth. Mm. You still in a trance? I'm thinking. Whip out the tickets and I'll take you in on a rummy game. Miss Harris just telephoned, gal. Really? I trust she's in robust health? Darnest mixed up business you ever heard of. How so? Well, let's see if I can get it straight. Mr. Stembottom, telephoned her to ask if she wouldn't get in touch with you and say that just before Mom and Miss Stembottom left for Pontiac, Hank Gutstop had called up here with the information... Oh, wait a minute, I left out a step. Some fella down at the Lazy Hours pool room telephoned Mom to say that Hank Gutstop had asked him to get a hold of you. But you weren't in your office, so he telephoned Mom and give her the information. Oh, that's not it either. I better start from the beginning. Ms. Harris telephoned...
What in blazes you talking about, Harry?
Darned if I know.
Well, slap out the rummy cards, and I'll make you look like 15 cents.
Okay.
I was down in the packing department a good while this afternoon where there aren't any telephones. That's why I couldn't be reached.
Uh-huh.
I expect Hank found himself embarrassed for ready cash again and wanted to hit me for 6 bits or $1.
No, I don't think so. It was something about YY Flirch being in town.
YY Flirch?
Ms. Harris called him I Blurch, but I expected...
You say he's in town?
I got the idea from what Miss Harris said he was.
Whereabouts?
Well, Miss Harris...
What's Miss Harris got to do with this?
I tried to explain that. Miss Harris...
If YY Flirch is in town, I want to see him. Where is he?
I don't know where he is.
What'd Mom say?
I haven't seen Mom. Her and Miss Stembottom left for Pontiac before school let out. I talked to Miss Harris.
And she told you YY Flirch is in town?
Well, she didn't know. All she said was...
what is this, Sam?
Some fella from the Lazy Hours pool hall telephoned Mom.
Is YY Flirch at the Lazy Hours pool hall?
I haven't the slightest idea. All I know is he called up Mom from there and said he was speaking for Hank Gutstop.
Well, you haven't seen Mom. How do you know anybody called her up?
Miss Harris told me.
Does Miss Harris know where YY Flirch is?
I doubt it. See, Mr. Stembottom called her up to say that...
Mr. Stembottom?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
I think I can explain if you'll listen. Mrs. Stembottom...
Now we got Mrs. Stembottom in this muddled mass of confusion.
Well, I'm only attempting to clarify...
I bet any amount of money YY Flirch got in on the 2:50 train from Decatur and is going to grab the 5:15 for Peoria. What time is it now?
Clock on the bookcase is a little fast. I expect...
It's 5 minutes till.
5 minutes till 5?
No, midnight. Listen, if YY Flirch is in town, I want to get in touch with him. He's been to an important meeting of lodge officials in Decatur. He'll be able to tell me a good many vital things. What's Ms. Harris's telephone number? You know it?
Yeah. It's either 9985W or 2360J.
Well, which?
Try 7761L.
7761L?
Yeah.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Call it and see. 2497K and 6224M are numbers that's also buzzing around in my skull, but I'm pretty sure...
Oh, for gosh sakes, Pete.
Try 7761L. I'm convinced it's correct.
Imagine calling Ma Donahue across the alley to get information about YY Flirch. 7761L, please. Yeah. If you give me a bum steer, there'll be severe reckoning.
I never guaranteed it was 7761L. Might be 2996W. Might be 4363J. I'm only common ordinary flesh and blood. I can't...
Hello? A man's voice.
Human flesh and blood.
No, I guess I got the wrong number. I wanted to reach Miss... What? Oh, I see. I have got the right number then. You're one of Ms. Harris's roomers, huh? I see.
Mr. Sludge.
Glad to hear it. The slob wants to chat.
Mr. Sludge is quite a talker. And you're perfectly right calling him a slob. In the summertime, he don't wear socks, even with his Sunday suit. And he don't like shoelaces in his shoes. He likes to hear the flippity-flap of his feet squashing.
You're right about the Chicago White Sox. They're a great team, but is Ms. Harris there? Oh, she isn't. I see. Well, thanks just the same. I'll call her some other... What? Philadelphia Athletics? I have to hang up now. Goodbye. Not home.
I don't think she'd have any information about YY Flirch even if she was home.
She was just repeating what Mr. Stembottom told her.
Oh, forget Mr. Stembottom. I have to get a hold of Y.Y. Flirch. Past 5 o'clock. I'll call the Lazy Hours pool hall and talk to Hank Gutstaff.
Well, he's not at the Lazy Hours pool hall.
Well, you said he was, doggone it.
No, I never.
Well, what did you say?
I said a fella speaking for Hank called from the Lazy Hours pool room.
What is his name?
Yop. Gop.
Now we got guys named Yop or Gop in on this.
Might have been Fop.
And from what source did you obtain your information about Yop, Gop, or Fop?
Ms. Harris.
Oh, we're back to her again, are we?
Gov, I can explain all this, I think, if you'll give me a chance.
Go right ahead.
Who's the girl at the telephone switchboard down at the plant?
J. Times?
Yeah.
Miss Clem.
Is she on duty now?
Yeah. Why?
Well, she's another party mixed up in it.
Oh, my.
Hey, Gov, I
Name
can't.
over our cast of characters. I'd like to hear a complete list of the well-meaning human beings that want me to know why Flirch is in town.
Well, I'm one. Mr. Yop, Gop, or Fop. Hank Gutstaff, Mom, Miss Stembottom, Mr. Stembottom, Miss Clem, and Miss Harris.
8 people want me to get in touch with Y.Y. Flirch, and yet in spite of their united efforts, I can't get in touch with Y.Y. Flirch.
Well, everybody tried. Nobody fell down on the job. Well,
did you say you hadn't figured out how this strange pattern was wrought?
I think I have.
Well, elucidate.
Huh?
Explain.
Well, earlier in the afternoon, Mom and Miss Stembottom were here getting ready to climb in the automobile and head for Pontiac.
Clear as a bell so far.
Telephone rang.
Yup, Gopper, Fop on the wire.
No, Miss Clem on the wire.
Well, you said this guy from the Lazy Hours...
Let me tell it, Gov.
Shoot.
Miss Clem on the wire. She says, is Mr. Gook there, Miss Gook? Mom says, no. Miss Clem says, I thought he might be home because he's not here in the office. Mom says, was it something important?
How do you know what Mom said?
I don't. I'm reconstructing what happened out of my head.
Reconstruct your way.
Mom says, was it something important? Miss Clem says, a gentleman named Mr. Yop, Gop, or Fop, just called, from the Lazy Hours pool hall. He said he was speaking for a Mr. Gutstaff. Mr. Gutstaff wanted to notify Mr. Gook, a friend of his, Mr. Y.Y. Flirch, is in town. Got that much of it straight?
Yeah.
All right. Mom turns to Miss Stembottom and says, I know Victor'd like to have this information, but we're leaving for Pontiac. How can I get word to him? Miss Stembottom says, I'll call up Fred. Fred can telephone Victor a little bit later and tell him. So Miss Stembottom telephones Mr. Stembottom at the foundry. Still all clear?
Yeah.
All right. Ma and Miss Stembottom drive off to Carberry, and Mr. Stembottom waits a half an hour and then calls this number in hopes of getting in touch with you and handing over the information.
But nobody's home.
Nobody's home.
So
Fred decides to telephone a neighbor lady and have her relay the message.
And that's where Miss Harris comes in.
That's where Miss Harris comes in.
She calls here and you talk to her.
She calls here and I talk to her.
And that's the story.
And that's the story.
Very pretty tale.
Yes, indeed.
8 kind friends and true, all breaking their back so I can get in touch with Y.Y. Flirch. Here I stand helpless and wretched, still not in touch with Y.Y. Flirch.
Well, why don't you attempt to get a hold of that fella Yop, Gop, or Fop? He's the key man.
Where could I locate him?
Lazy Hours Pool Hall is the place he called your office from.
You know the number?
I don't know any pool hall telephone numbers. Mom had thrown me over the People's Bank building.
There's somebody.
It might be Miss Harris. Might be Mr. Stembottom. Might be Hank Gutstaff.
Hello? Yes? Oh, Lord there.
Y.Y. Flirch?
Yeah, Y.Y. Flirch.
It all come out okay after all.
Hello there, Y.Y., you old poise thief. In hac agricola sim spinel hunk. Ad nauseam cornucopia dum slack etch.
which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And there we leave Crisco's Vic Sade until the next time.
Myers, makers of Mon, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, transcribed with our guest tonight, Bob Crosby, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Bob Crosby. No, Duffy. Bob Crosby. Yeah, Erstadt. Yeah, he's Everett's brother. Well, I'm bringing him down to help me romance a dame. Yeah, Duffy, I'm in love, you know. You heard me, love. Look, what brought you and Mrs. Duffy together? A Winchester. With Gwendolyn and me, it's real love, Duffy. Well, certainly I'm sure of it, Duffy. You know, when a guy has known a dame for 24 hours and ain't asked her how much money she's got, what else can it be? What? Look, now, it's no use trying to talk me out of it. I have been smitten, and I intend to stay smut. Okay. Some enchanted evening. You know, Eddie, that song haunts me.
It haunts you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sure, you just murdered it. What's the name of that song?
It's called Some Enchanting Evening. It's one of the hit tunes from that show I seen last night, that South Pacific, you know. It's my favorite song.
Hey, ain't that the show with Mary Martin?
Yes, it's Mary Martin and that Enzio Pinzhead.
Who?
You heard me, Pinzhead.
Lord.
Look, Finnegan, what's your favorite song?
My favorite? The one my mother sang to me when I was a baby.
How did it go?
Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. If the ball breaks, the baby will drop. That's the part that used to get me.
Why?
My mother sang it with gestures.
Probably explains your weakness for music.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. My, you look charming tonight.
I do?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Archie, I hear you saw South Pacific last night.
How much did the tickets cost for the South Pacific?
$6.60 apiece.
$6.60? Do the dames wear fans?
And in this show, the dames don't have no fans.
No fans? Oh, boy. No wonder they can get $6.60.
Well, it sure is worth it. What songs in that show? That Valley High thing. Valley High. Valley High.
Stop the music.
What do you mean, stop the music? Eddie, have you been around the unemployment offices recently?
Sing, Dennis.
Valley High. You know, when Gwendolyn gets here, I'm going to sing that song over and over again. And then, when she's ready, I'll ask her to marry me.
You going to sing that song over and over again?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Promise me you won't, and I'll marry you.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Is this just a fetish with you, or is my singing really that bad?
You ain't no Crosby.
So what? Even the rest of the Crosbys ain't. Wait a minute. Crosby, you give me an idea. You know, Bob Crosby's coming down tonight. Maybe I can get him to sing the songs to her.
Bob Crosby croon love songs to your girl?
Well, sure. He'll put Gwendolyn in the mood for me. It's like in the movies, Eddie. You know, he'll sing the songs, but when it comes to the romance, I come along and dub myself in.
Hey, Art, where did you meet this Gwendolyn?
I met her the other night over at the library.
You? In the library?
Yeah. Weird, ain't it?
What was you doing in the library?
It was raining outside. Well, to make a long story short, you see, Gwendolyn turns out to be the librarian. So, to impress her that I am also a deep thinker, I asked her if I could take out a book.
Tom Swift and his electric runabout.
No, Eddie. I asked about Charles Dickens and his picnic papers. So then we started talking about Longfellow, you know, and Ethan Allen Poe.
Who?
Poe, you know, Samuel Clemens. Well, after a few minutes of that kind of talk, naturally the poor kid was hopelessly in love with me.
Is she a pretty dame?
Well, the important thing is that she's intelligent and very well educated.
Oh, a dog, huh?
On the au contraire.
So you're really in love this time?
Yeah.
What do you know about love?
I suppose you know more about it than I do?
Well, I think I should. After all, I'm a woman.
That's right, and don't let nobody tell you no different.
Hey, Art, you better be careful. First thing you know, you'll be marrying today.
And what's wrong with marriage?
What's wrong with it? Look at me mother and father. They got married, and what did they get out of it?
You're just being self-conscious.
Oh, could be.
Well, certainly. Now, tell the truth. Ain't there times when you'd like to have a wife?
Well, the last week or two, I was thinking about marrying Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth?
Yeah.
What about the Alley Khan?
I'm afraid not, Art. She ain't my type.
He'll probably be very sorry to hear that.
Arch, I hear you're thinking of getting married.
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Well, congratulations. What kind of a girl is she?
Oh, very brilliant. You know, a member of the Intelligentsia. The kind, if she had to wrap a herring... You know, the kind, if she had to wrap a herring, wouldn't think of using nothing less than the Atlantic Monthly.
Well, I hope you'll be happy with her.
Well, I think I will, Joe. Mentally, we find each other very mutually compatible.
Well, that's very nice to hear, Arch. But you must remember, it's not only what goes on inside your head that counts. What goes on outside is important, too.
Well, Joe, you know the only thing that goes on outside my head is Vitalis.
Well, that's where you're smart. Vitalis makes your hair look well-groomed. That's because Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair. Vitalis protects hair, too. Protects it against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Eddie, I just can't wait for Gwendolyn to get here. Some enchanted evening. Da, 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 da.
Miss Archer, lady here to see you.
Oh, look, quick, everybody. Start looking intelligent. Finnegan.
Yeah?
Face the wall. Well, Gwendolyn, it beseeches me great umbrage to have you honor us with your visitation.
What was that you said?
Nothing important. I was just bidding you adieu.
Oh. Adieu.
Thanks. Well?
Well?
Mm-hmm. Hey, ain't it the nuts being intelligent? Incidentally, I would like to foster you with the privilege of meeting some of my fellow colleagues. First, I would like to present Miss Duffy.
How do you do? Charmed.
Mr. Eddie Green.
How do you do? Charmed.
Mr. Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Vox Pop.
Well, you see, Gwendolyn, he only speaks Latin.
But it's a dead language.
Take a look.
Wait a minute. Archie, wasn't he with you in the library the other day?
Not me, sister. I got an umbrella.
He's very amusing. What do you do for a living, Mr. Finnegan?
Arch, maybe you better take that one.
Gwendolyn, you see, Mr. Finnegan is at present employed as a part-time human being. But, speaking of college...
Oh, did you go to college?
Well, frankly, no. I ran into a little trouble.
What was the trouble?
High school.
No, you see, the trouble was that Dad wanted me to go to Princeton and Pater wanted me to go to Harvard. But enough about me, Gwendolyn. Leave us talk about you. Have you read any thick books lately?
A few.
That's nice. Have you read anything by Samuel Clemens?
Samuel Clemens?
Yes, otherwise known as Ethan Allan Poe.
Archie, you mean Edgar Allan Poe.
He's changed his name again? Well, whoever he is, have you read him lately?
No, Archie, I'm afraid I'm not in your intellectual class. I go in for lighter readings. I prefer Conan Doyle.
Yeah. Well, I think Cone's all right, but Doyle is a little passé. But enough of this highbrow talk, Gwendolyn. What do you say we go lowbrow?
Lowbrow?
Yeah. Leave us get married.
Married?
Why not? After all, I'm a man and you're a librarian. Just think, we could go through life together dangling Greek participles. What do you say?
Well, Archie, you see, I've dedicated my life to the wooing of the muses.
Does that mean I'm in or out?
It means you're out.
Yeah. Look, Gwendolyn, why don't you go over and sit in the corner with Finnegan for a while?
That might be fun. Do you mind, Mr. Finnegan?
Well, it's okay if you don't try no funny stuff.
Finnegan, I assure you that Gwendolyn's intentions is purely platonic.
Just a minute. What is platonic?
That's the point, you see. Maybe after she sits with you for a while, she'll appreciate a guy who knows who Pluto is. I'll see you later.
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell Mr. Archie that I'm looking for him? My name is Crosby.
Which Mr. Crosby shall I say?
Well, just tell him it's a Crosby without hope.
Crosby, glad to welcome you to the tavern. How did you happen to know about this place?
Well, Bing recommended it to me.
Oh, Bing recommended it, huh?
Yep, and me, his own brother.
Well, tell me, how long have you been in town?
Oh, a couple of days.
Yeah, did you see South Pacific yet?
Why?
I'll tell you, Bob. You see, there's a dame that I'm thinking of marrying.
Well, congratulations, Arch. It's about time a guy your age was thinking of settling down.
My age?
Yeah.
Mr. Crosby, for your information, I am 29.
29? Now, come on, Archie.
You heard me, 29. I was born in 1930.
Hold it, Dad, hold it. If you were born in 1930, it means that you're only 19.
Well, if I'm only 19, you certainly got a nerve to question me when I tell you I'm 29.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be catty.
Accept the apology. Well, anyway, as I was saying, you see, there's a dame I'd like you to sing some romantic songs to.
Me? Sing here? In this Tomaine Trocadero?
Just a minute. Your brother sang in his Tomaine Trocadero, and I think his voice is a little better than yours.
Well, his voice should be better. When we were kids, he got a little more practice than I did.
What do you mean?
Well, he was the older brother, and he had first rights on the bathtub. In fact, I was 18 before I knew he was my brother and not my father.
Hey, that's very funny.
Thanks.
And now that I have laughed at that joke, I think you owe me a favor. As I say, if you sing a couple of romantic songs to this dame tonight, it'll put her in a mood to marry me.
Oh, I see. What's she like?
Well, she works at the library. She's very intelligent.
Ugly, huh?
On the contrary, she's quite punctitudinous. That's her sitting in the corner over there, the one with the high forehead.
Hubba, hubba, love those high foreheads.
Just a minute, Mr. Crosby. She may work in a library, but that don't mean that she's circulating. This is my girl. Oh, Gwendolyn.
Yes?
Gwendolyn, if you can tear yourself away from Finnegan, I'd like you to meet Mr. Crosby here.
Well, this is a delightful surprise.
Just a minute here. What? Who is this punk?
Finnegan, this punk happens to be Mr. Crosby.
Oh, Mr. Crosby, well, glad to meet you. I've looked forward to this with great pleasure.
Oh, are you one of my fans?
No, I just happen to be a man who likes to look forward with great pleasure.
Finnegan, butt out of this, will you?
Archie.
Huh?
Archie, I'd love to hear Mr. Crosby sing.
You'd like to hear him sing, huh? Eddie, she's playing right into my hands. yeah, why don't you sing something, Bob? How about some Enchanted Evening?
Gwendolyn, do you like that tune?
Love it.
Arch, I'm always glad to do an old pal a favor.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Matty, some enchanting, is it Enchanted? Well, you know the thing from South Pacific.
Some enchanted evening, you may see a stranger. You may see a stranger across the crowded room, and somehow you know even then, that somewhere you'll see her again and again.
Gwendolyn, this music, don't it make your embers burn for me?
Archie, please.
Who can explain it? Who can tell you why? Fools give you reason, wise men never try. Some enchanted evening, when you find your true love, when you feel her call you across a crowded room.
Gwendolyn.
Will you shut up?
Then fly to her side and make her your own. For all to your life you may dream all alone.
Oh, Bob, that was beautiful.
Yeah, but Don't forget, Gwendolyn, it was my heart singing through his nostrils.
Gwendolyn, did you ever think of leaving that library and taking a trip to Hollywood?
Just a minute, Crosby.
Quiet. Bob, what would I do in Hollywood?
Oh, work for the Crosby Enterprises? Maybe you could be my assistant.
What do you do in the company?
Oh, I take care of the petty cash.
Petty cash?
Anything under $1 million.
Flogging as well.
Wendy, why don't we go in a corner and talk it over?
Why not?
That dirty double-crosser. Hoisting me by my own petard. That snake in the grass. That bee-bopper.
Calm down, Miss Archer.
Well, don't you see what's happening, Eddie? She's going for the wrong guy. He ain't even an intellectual. I got to do something drastic.
Drastic?
Yep. I'm going to have to read a book. Now, let's see. Well, where did we put that book? You know, the one, that handbook of useful facts and figures.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of MUM. M-U-M. MUM, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover MUM is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to MUM, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like MUM because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, MUM is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of MUM. Just send a 3-cent stamp to MUM, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use MUM.
Eddie, look at him.
Who?
That Crosby over there holding hands with Gwendolyn. I'm telling you, if he wasn't wearing glasses, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Miss Archer, I got news.
What?
He ain't wearing glasses.
Just another one of his underhanded tricks. Well, I'll show him who the best man is.
How?
How? I got superior intelligence, ain't I? And I got a high Q, ain't I?
Only trouble is you don't know nothing.
Well, I will as soon as I memorize a couple of more facts from this handbook of knowledge here. Now, let's see. Postal regulations, presidents of the United States, poisonous snakes.
Look, Arch, old pal.
How opportune. Look, don't give me that old pal stuff and lay off my dame.
All right, stop worrying, will you? Just a passing fancy.
Yeah, and I've noticed some of them fancy passes.
Yes, Gwendolyn?
Could I have tickets to your broadcast sometime?
Oh, I'd love to have you, honey child.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
In July 1941, the average mean rainfall of Siberia was 7.6.
And Bob.
Yes?
Oh, I hate to bother you, but could you let me have your autograph?
More geysers are found in Yellowstone National Park than any other place in the world.
Gwendolyn?
Yes?
Would you like me to send you a picture of myself?
I'd love it.
The average Labrador Retriever has 6
Bob, do you know any other songs from South Pacific?
Yes, and I'd love to sing another one for you right now, honey.
The life expectancy of the average crooner is 32 years.
See, I told you, I'm just getting her in the mood for you.
Okay, then sing the song and get her in the mood and get out of here.
Okay.
Pardon me, folks. Do you mind if I listen?
Not at all, so I can hear you. Sit right down here next to me.
Thanks.
Valley High may call you any night, any day. In your heart you'll hear it call you. Come away, come away. Valley High will whisper.
Ain't you beginning to feel anything?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's working.
Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me.
Gwendolyn, that rhythm. Don't it drive you berserk with passion?
Your own special home. Your own special dream. Bloom on the hillside and shine in the streams. If you try, you'll find me where the sky meets the sea. Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me. Valley high, valley high, valley high.
Bob, that was wonderful. That song, it did something to me.
Put you in a romantic mood?
Very.
Well, come on, honey. Let's get out of here before you lose it.
Oh, Bob, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm in a romantic mood for somebody else.
I knew this dame wouldn't go for a crummy throne. Not when there's a real intellectual around.
Archie, I'm a little tired of intellectuals, too.
But you just said you was in a romantic mood. If you don't go for Crosby and you don't go for me, there's nobody left.
I wouldn't say that. Come, Gwendolyn. I have tickets to the balcony at the Bijou.
Anything you say, Clifton.
Good night, gentlemen. To charming chant.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives you extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex Brushless Shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Bob Crosby appeared by permission of Franco-Americans Club 15. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell.
L'Oreal Ultra Shampoo.
Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, leaves hair more radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Up until last week, Chester A. Riley was a relatively happy and contented man. All he had to worry about was his wife, Peg, his daughter, Babs, and her boyfriends, his son, Junior, and his girlfriend, the high cost of living, his job, and last month's rent. But last week, Riley assumed an added burden in the form of his sister, Cecilia. Age, secret. Unmarried, who arrived at the Riley house with 1 steamer trunk, 2 suitcases, a canary, and a problem. The problem is now being discussed in the Riley kitchen.
Well, I know it's terrible, Riley, but after
I
all...
tell you, Peg, when I think of it, it makes my blood curl.
But there's nothing you can do about it now.
I can't help it. When I think of that no-good skunk, engaged for 12 years, and the day before the wedding, he jilts her, deserts her, didn't have the decency to wait till after the wedding.
Jeepers, I didn't know Aunt Sissy was jilted. Now, Babsy, dear, I really don't think this is any of your affair. Haven't you got some studying to do?
No, let her hear. She can learn a lesson from this that might help her when she gets jilted someday. You see, Babs, after going with Aunt Sissy steady for 12 years, this guy Lionel that she's engaged to runs away and joins the Navy. That coward. Boy, if I had him here,
Well, he's not here, Riley. He's 2,000 miles away in Pearl Harbor, so forget it.
I can't forget it. Here's my little kid sister. Her poor heart's breaking, and he's in Pearl Harbor. I take an oath, Peg, I'll always remember Pearl Harbor.
Riley, these things happen.
Yeah, well, if I'd have been there, it wouldn't have happened.
What could you have done, Daddy? After all, a man has a right to change his mind.
Not unless he's a woman. I'd have done plenty. I'm the kind of a brother who looks after his kid sister. And if I'd have been there, today she'd be happily married to that no-good sleeping.
But if a fellow doesn't want to marry a girl, you can't force him.
Are you sticking up for this guy? You think it's okay to jilt a girl? If I'd have jilted your mother, where would you be? I did the decent thing. I didn't run off and join the Navy like that Lionel. Oh, he'll be sorry. He'll have to scrub floors, mend his own clothes, wash dishes, and peel potatoes. What a dope. If he had gotten married, he could have had a woman doing all that for him.
I suspected that Aunt Sissy was suffering secretly, but I didn't realize what a tragic case she really was.
Oh, is she in her room now?
Oh, she's been in there all day. She hasn't eaten a thing. She's been acting like that all week.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go in and cheer her up.
Now, wait, Riley. You'll only upset her. You know how she cries on the least provocation.
Don't worry, I'll be very tactful. I won't say anything that'll remind her of her troubles. Sissy! Oh, hi, Sissy.
Did you want something, Chester?
No. I just thought I'd drop in and talk a while. Well, there's nothing like a good heart-to-heart talk. Yes, sir. Yep. Nothing like a good conversation. That's what I always say. Yes, sir. Yep. Well, I'll be going now, but we must have another talk real soon.
Oh, Chester.
Oh, now, look, Sissy, there's no sense sitting in your room all day brooding.
I can't help it. I keep thinking about Lionel somewhere in the Pacific.
Now, Sissy, you've got to forget about him.
I can't. Little things keep reminding me of him.
Put him out of your mind. Don't think about it. Forget him.
I'll try.
Come on, now dry your eyes, Sissy. Yeah, that's it. Now, let's see you smile. Yeah. That's better. Now, you see how easy it is to forget? Now, come on in the kitchen and eat something. I'll warm up some soup for you. Your favorite.
Navy blue. Don't. I told you got to forget about him.
I'm trying to.
Yes, I know you are, and I'll help you all I can. Come on, let's see that smile again. No sense crying about it.
Oh, you're right.
There are other fish in the ocean. Sissy, please, you mustn't carry on like this. I know things look black now, but you know I always say, don't give up the ship. Sissy, you've got to stop this. I know it's hard, but you've got to snap out of it.
I'll try.
Oh, you ain't going to do it by sitting in your room all day. What you ought to do is go out and get a job.
A job?
Well, sure, if you got a job...
Well, I hadn't thought of it, but I suppose I ought to. After all, I don't want to be a burden to you.
Well, now, that ain't the point. You see, if you had a job...
If I had a job, I could pay your room and board. It's only right. Even if I am your only sister.
Look, Sissy, I don't care about the room and board.
Oh, sure. It's hard enough for you to feed your wife and children without having an extra mouth to feed. Even if I do eat very little.
Sissy, as far as I'm concerned, you can stay here with me free of charge for the rest of your life.
That's right. Throw it up to me that I'm going to be an old maid.
Now, I didn't say that.
You didn't say it, but I know what you're thinking.
I'm not thinking. I haven't got a thought in my head.
Oh, I don't expect you to think about me. Why should you worry, even if I am your only sister? After all, why should I expect you to understand my problem? You're happily married.
I'm not happily married.
And you've got two lovely children.
They're not my children. I mean, they are my... You got me all mixed up. I don't know what I'm saying. Look, Sissy, you're not going to be an old maid. You'll get married.
Oh, you think so?
Well, sure. It's just a matter of time. Why, there must be hundreds of men who jump at the chance to marry you. You just got to wait until Mr. Right comes along.
Oh, well, where's my lipstick?
That a girl. Dry your eyes. That's it. Well, stop worrying. After all, you're pretty. You look just like me, and I got married. So you just forget everything that happened.
I try.
I don't want to hear no more talk about you being a burden. Everything I have is yours, Sissy. Money is no object. To keep you happy, I'll spend money like a drunken sailor. Now, what brought that on? For Pete's sake, stop crying, Sissy.
I won't cry. I won't make a scene. I'm not the sort of person who cries on your shoulder. Even if you are my only brother.
Sissy, please.
I can't stand people who cry.
I can't either, so stop.
I'm not crying. You stop.
I'm not crying. Oh, Cecilia.
Oh, Jester.
Oh, I know.
Hello? Is this the classified ad department? Well, this is Miss Cecilia Riley. I placed an ad yesterday. Situation wanted as a housekeeper. Yes, that's right. Will you check it, please?
Hey, anybody home?
Hello? Yes, I'm still here. Yes, that's right. The one that says middle-aged widower preferred.
Hi, Sissy.
I'd like you to run the ad another 3 days, please.
You putting an ad in the paper? What kind of an ad, Sissy?
Oh, that would be telling.
What's this about a middle-aged widower preferred? Preferred for what?
No, that's my little secret.
Well, I don't like secrets. Now, tell me.
Well, I'll give you a hint. I may not be a burden to you much longer, Chester. I have my own little plan.
What plan? What plan?
You see.
Well, all right for you. But I never kept secrets from you. When we were kids, I told you everything. I told you how I snuck into Diggle's bakery with a glass tube and sucked all the filling out of the cream puffs. And I told you how I stuck a lighted firecracker in my teacher's bustle. Now you won't tell me nothing.
Oh, now you'll find out soon enough.
Well, all right, then don't tell me. Goodbye. she don't want to tell me, she don't have to. I don't want to know. I lost interest. Even if she tried to tell me, I wouldn't listen. I don't care. Nothing to me whatsoever. But I ain't resting till I find out.
Hey, Riley.
Oh, hi, Gillis.
What are you sore at, Tom?
Oh, my sister. Putting some kind of an ad in the paper, and I asked her what kind, and do you know what she said?
How should I know? I ain't the kind of a guy who goes around snooping, eavesdropping on his next-door neighbor.
Yeah, well, she said it was a secret. Boy, that burned me up.
I don't blame you. After all, you told her who put the firecracker on your teacher's bustle.
Gillis, you heard.
Well, it wasn't easy. What's the idea of sticking chewing gum in your keyhole?
Never mind that. I'm worried about Sissy. I wonder what that ad's for. It must be for a job.
It's a job, all right. But for life.
What do you mean?
Why do you think she says middle-aged widower preferred? She's sounding the mating call.
The what?
The mating call. You know, like a moose. Okay, like a mouse.
You mean if she's advertising for a husband?
You can do that? Sure. Why's, the Lonely Hearts column.
The Lonely Hearts column?
Why, sure, it's a national institution where a lonely heart meets an empty stomach.
Yeah, well, I seen it in the papers, but I thought it was just, a gag.
It's no gag. How do you think I met my wife, Honeybee?
I was always too polite to ask.
Well, I seen this ad of hers, and it says, beautiful young girl, attractive figure, good disposition, excellent cook, seeks mate.
Look, Gillis, your Honeybee ain't a bit like that.
I found that out after the wedding.
You mean you got engaged without even seeing her?
Yeah, I bought a pig in a poke. But I got even. I canceled my subscription to the paper.
Oh, Gillis, I don't like this. It's no good. Who knows what kind of a man is going to answer this ad?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe even another Monsieur Verdoux.
Monsieur Verdoux?
That French Bluebeard. Didn't you see that movie he was in? A Heartless Wretch. This guy goes around answering ads like sisters.
Yeah, then what?
Well, first he... No. Nope, I don't want to worry.
Well, tell me. Now, you got to tell me. No.
Well, it starts like this. Monday, he picks out a promising ad in the Lonely Hearts column.
Yeah.
Tuesday, he waxes his mustache with blow coat, puts a drop of taboo behind each ear, goggles with air wick, and he's off to get acquainted. Can't you just see him?
Yeah, and I can smell him, too.
Wednesday, he proposes. The girl accepts.
What a fast operator.
Thursday, they get married.
Married?
Friday, he takes the happy bride to his country chateau. What happens? Ooh la la.
What do you mean, ooh la la?
Everything is fine. Saturday, he says, Jerry, a little present. I just insured you for $50,000.
Yeah, and then?
Monday, he's back in his apartment reading the Lonely Hearts column.
But what happened on Sunday?
Well, I don't want to go into all the details. But if you happen to pass his chateau on Sunday, you'd see the hottest incinerator in town.
Oh, no, Gillis, no.
Face it, Riley. This guy never bought a bucket of coal in his life.
Oh, my poor kid sister.
Any girl he marries turns out to be a clinker.
Well, what if a fiend like that should answer the ad? Oh, she's so innocent. I gotta warn her. Come on. Oh, the poor kid. She don't know what she started. She's playing with fire. Sissy! Sissy, are you here? She must have gone out. The minute she gets back, I'll... Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Mrs. Cecilia Riley, please? I'm calling in connection with her ad.
Well, she ain't in right now. Yeah. Hold the wire. Gillis, it's a man. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Is he French?
I don't know. He speaks perfect English.
It could be a disguise.
I'll find out if he's French. I'll trick him. Hello?
Hello.
Ooh la la.
What? I'd like to speak to Miss Riley, please.
Just a minute. What'll I do, Gillis?
Get him over here. We'll quiz him.
Hello?
Yes?
Could you come over here and talk it over?
Why, yes, that would be fine. I'm leaving town tomorrow. I'm opening up my country house, and if Miss Riley says yes, I'd like to take her with me.
Oh.
I'll be over this evening.
Gillis, he's coming. Good. He said he has a house in the country.
Uh-huh, just like Bluebeard.
Oh, but that was only in a movie. There can't be guys like that in real life with hot incinerators. Would there?
There's probably hundreds of them right here in this town.
No, I don't believe it.
Oh, no? Why do you think we have so much smog in Los Angeles?
Oh, Gillis.
Prell will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
For that look of radiance, it's Prell.
Yes, for that look of radiance, it's Prell. Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell gives your hair that radiant air the very first time you use it. That's because Prell is designed to leave hair more gloriously radiant than any soap shampoo. It can't leave a dulling soap film. Instead, Prell brings out all the brilliant natural highlights of your hair. Leaves hair radiantly soft, radiantly smooth. And with Prell, there's no embarrassing dandruff to mar that look of loveliness. Because Prell removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations prove it. Yes, with Prell, you can be sure of hair that is radiantly clean, radiantly lovely. Easy to manage, too, because after a Prell shampoo, your hair curls better. It's easier to arrange in your favorite hairdo. So try it your very next shampoo. For that look of radiance, use Prell.
Real Prell shampoo.
Get Prell tomorrow. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, you through with the dishes yet, Riley?
No, not yet, Peg.
What's taking you so... Watch out!
What?
You almost dropped that plate.
Oh.
What are you so nervous about tonight?
Well, I got my reasons. I might as well tell you. Listen, Peg. This afternoon... Is that the doorbell?
No, it's only the good humor man.
Oh. Listen, Peg. This afternoon I found out...
Found out what?
Sissy's coming.
Was that the phone just now?
No, the good humor man.
Oh, I was expecting a phone call. Are you sure nobody called?
No, nobody.
Well, if anybody does, I'll be in my room. Alone, as usual.
No, don't stay in your room, Sissy. Look, there's a swell picture at the Vision. Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh!
Now, what brought that on?
Oh, now look what you've done.
Oh, me?
Why did you have to go and remind her of Lionel?
Never mind that. We've got worse trouble. You know what Sissy went and done? She put an ad in the paper advertising for a husband.
She what?
Yeah, the Lonely Hearts column.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, I heard her talking about the ad with my own eyes, and I spoke to the man who answered the ad.
What man?
The one who wants to marry her.
Oh, that's ridiculous. People don't get married by putting ads in the Lonely Hearts column.
Oh, no, ask Gillis how he got stuck with Honeybee. Now, look, Peg, when this guy shows up...
He's coming here?
Yes, I spoke to him.
Well, why didn't you tell Sissy?
Oh, no. I got to check on him first. It's my duty to protect my kid sister. Who knows what kind of a beast he is? You know the type. Monday, they're married. Tuesday, they're on the honeymoon. And Wednesday, ooh la la.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, I ain't got time to explain now. He'll be here any minute. Now, listen. When he comes, you got to keep Sissy in her room. I don't want her to know.
Oh, Riley, I don't like this. Now, this is really Sissy's affair, and you have no right to go behind her back this way. If she finds out that you're meddling in her private life, she'll burn up.
That's what I'm trying to stop.
What?
Now, please, Peg, I know what I'm doing, and this is one time I'm going to have my own way. My head's made up. That's him. Quick, go in Sissy's room and keep her there. Don't tell her a thing.
Oh, all right.
May I come in?
Yes. Come in. I've been looking forward to meeting you.
You're the first person who's ever said that.
Oh, Digger, it's you.
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby O'Dell, the friendly undertaker.
So dark on the porch here, I couldn't see. I thought you were someone else. Come in.
If you're expecting company, I don't like to intrude.
No. Come on in. Maybe you can help me. Listen, Digger. You're good at sizing up people, aren't you?
Oh, yes. In my time, I've taken the measure of many a man. And I've never made a mistake yet. Knock wood, if you'll excuse the expression.
Well, you know my kid sister, Sissy. She's having a tough time getting married.
Oh, I sympathize with her. I remember what a difficult time I had. It wasn't the girl. Everything was fine until I met her father. Young man, he said, what do you do for a living? I've just opened my own business, I said. Good, he said. Let me be your first customer. And now he said, let's talk about the wedding. So I said, Dad, if you're going to be my first customer, you won't be at the wedding.
Well, Sissy is so desperate she put an ad in the paper for a husband.
Well, it pays to advertise. I do it every week through my quiz program on the radio.
Oh, you have a quiz program?
Oh, yes. You've heard of Take It or Leave It?
Yeah.
My show is called Leave It and We'll Take It.
Digger, you don't understand. A man answered the ad, but we don't know what kind of a guy he is. He might turn out to be a bluebeard, and he'll be here soon.
Good, then you can have a look at it. Well, I think I'll be going.
No, looking ain't enough. Appearances can be deceiving. I'm going to go below the surface.
In that case, I'll stay. You may need help from an expert.
That's him.
Let him in and we'll go to work.
Yeah, and if he turns out to be a phony, we'll tell him off and lay him out.
You tell him off, I'll lay him out.
Good evening. My name is George Thorndyke. Is Mrs. C. Riley in?
Yes, I'm her brother.
Oh, yes, I believe I spoke to you on the phone.
Yeah, well, come in. Here, sit down. Oh, no, here, in this chair. Under this light here.
Oh. Thank you, sir. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to meet your sister.
First, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Digby Odell is the name, sir. Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
I'm sure we have. I don't recall your face, but I recognize the body.
Well, perhaps. Now, Mr. Riley, about your sister's ad, there are a few questions.
Yeah, well, we got a few questions, too. Now, tell me, is this the first time you ever answered an ad like my sister's?
Why, no. The fact is, the last woman I had left me rather suddenly.
Uh-huh. On a Sunday?
Why, well, yes, it was a Sunday. Last Sunday.
I thought so. Last Sunday I smelled smoke. And how many were there before her?
Well, I guess I never counted.
Never counted? Compared to this guy, Bluebeard was an amateur.
Now, see here, gentlemen, I came here only to see Miss Riley.
Yeah, we know that. Just what have you got to offer her?
Well, $50 a week, if she works hard.
Work? With all your dough, you expect my sister to work?
What a fiend.
Well, this is ridiculous. Now, why else would I want her?
Why else? Love.
Love? But this is purely business.
This man's a monster.
Now, just a minute. I didn't come here to be grilled. If there's any grilling to be done, I'll do it.
He admits it.
I'm only interested in one thing. Will your sister cook well?
You'll never get a chance to find out. And if you ever bother my sister again, I'll have you arrested. So put that in your incinerator and smoke it.
You must be crazy. Now, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving.
I'll say you are. Grab him.
Let go of me.
Let go. I'll take his shoulder. Grab his feet.
Got him.
Don't drop him.
Don't worry. I never have before.
Let me go, you maniac.
Lie still. When you're in Odell's hands, it's too late to struggle.
Let me go. Open the door, Digger.
It's open.
Put me down. Put me down.
Riley, Riley, what on earth are you doing?
I'm throwing this bluebird out. Let me down, you. I know what I'm doing. Let's go, Digger.
Riley, listen, don't. You're making a mistake.
That's the way to handle guys like that.
Oh, Jester, what have you done?
I've just been protecting you, sis. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, you ain't going to have any of that ooh-la-la.
Jester Riley, how could you? That ad was for a job. That's what the poor man was here for. I just did what you advised me to, Chester, so I could forget
Well, I didn't know. I thought... You mean this guy don't want to marry Sissy?
No.
And he wasn't going to barbecue her?
Oh, of course not.
What a revolting development this is.
Riley's will return in just a moment. Does unsightly dandruff spoil your well-groomed look? Then do as thousands do. Use Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Yes, besides leaving hair soft and smooth, shining with radiance, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, a fact proved by doctors' examination. In most cases, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week. And say what a lot of rich lather you get from just a little Prell. Yes, Prell goes farther than any known shampoo, cream, or liquid, because it's more concentrated. So try the shampoo in the handy tube. Try Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bad dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Sissy, darling.
What do you want, Chester?
Oh, come on, Sissy. Snap out of it. Let's forget what happened in the past. Let's think of the future. And I guarantee from now on, everything is going to be smooth sailing. Oh, it's a losing fight. Folks, this is Riley, alias William Bendix, reminding you that today, in the memory of the beloved man, Damon Runyon, many Americans are making financial contributions to the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund to fight cancer. Remember, the check you write may save the life of someone you love. Please send whatever you can to Walter Winchell, New York City. Thank you. Good night.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Chipp, and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brett. And remember, for more radiant hair, free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo.
Oh, how I hate to wash this creamy sweater. It's so pretty and soft and woolly.
Don't worry, it's safe in snow. Yes, safe in wonderful ivory snow. Lovely sweaters can stay lovely longer with ivory snow. Your hands will tell you why. Just wash dishes with ivory snow as millions do. When you see how ivory snow pampers your hands, you'll know it's extra kind of pretty woolen. Ivory Snow Care keeps them fluffy, helps protect washable colors and guard against shrinkage. And remember, Ivory Snow is the only soap both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. There's no other soap like it. So keep your lovely sweaters lovely longer with wonderful Ivory Snow. This is Ken Niles reminding you to listen again next Friday when Procter & Gamble brings you a full hour of entertainment. First, Red Skelton, and then The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I don't get long. I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well,
Well, the old fellows are still searching for an ideal way to benefit everyone in the community with Diogenes Smith's $10,000 gift to Pine Ridge. Today, however, Lum had to take a few hours off from this task to go into the county seat and order merchandise from the wholesale house for the store. As we look in on the little community now, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum has just returned from his buying trip. Listen.
Well, howdy, Lum. You back already?
Yeah. Catched a ride with old Ari Hodgkins still waiting for the mail.
Oh, well, good.
Hey, let me sit down. I'm wore to a frazzle.
Well,
Wore to a frazzle.
oh, yeah, it's hot out today, too.
Yeah, Ari seen me there at the county seat and asked me to ride back with him.
Uh-huh.
Said he wanted to cooperate with the government on the carpooling, I think.
Well, good for Ari. Did you get the stuff ordered from the wholesale house?
Yeah, most of it. And from there, I went over to the bank to see if that check Squire gave us had went through all right.
What check Squire give us?
The one for $1,200.
Oh.
The one he gave us to pay back for the money we give Mr. Dobbs to buy the lumber with.
Yeah, well, was it good?
Oh, yeah, it just went through all right.
Did, huh?
Yeah, so now we got all of Dodge needs his $10,000 back in the bank.
Good for us.
Wait till I tell you what I found out about Squire Skimp, though.
You mean something you found out at the bank?
Yeah, that feller Jenkins told me, the light-haired feller that works in the first key.
Yeah.
He said Squire had been in there just this morning, mad as hops, and wanted to cancel that check.
Cancel it?
Yeah, stop payment on it.
Oh.
Of course, it was too late, and that made him madder than ever.
Well, what was he so mad about in the first place?
Well, you recollect he bought them worthless apartment plans on Mousie's from us.
Oh, yeah, he figured he could sell them to that Wadsworth Tiffin feller for $50,000.
Well, that's what he was trying to do. That's why we ain't saw him around town the last couple of days. He taken a trip clean to Dubuque, Iowa to see Mr. Tiffin.
He did?
Yes, sir. And, of course, Mr. Tiffin already knowed it was no good.
Sure.
So Squire turned around and headed for the bank at the county seat. But, of course, it was too late. The check had done went through.
Doggy, that ought to learn that of Squire not to try to put nothing over on us. Smart business fellers like we are.
Of course, this ought to learn us a lesson, too, Abner.
Us?
It ought to learn us to be more careful with somebody else's money.
Yeah.
Just think how we'd feel if we actually lost part of that $10,000.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we would have had to made that good, too, wouldn't we?
Well, no, not legal we wouldn't, I don't think, but I'd feel obligated to do it just the same.
You would, huh?
Yeah, see, when we lose our own money, that's our own punishment, but when we lose something that belongs to all the folks in the community, that's a different matter.
Yeah. All right, Doggy, Lum, we oughtn't to take no more chances with that, you know. Just leave it that there and money there in the bank where it's safe and not even touch it.
Well, I thought about that, too, Abner, but when I got to studying about it and you stop and think, I wouldn't be following out Diogenes' wishes.
Oh.
See, he wanted us to use it for something that'll do good for the whole community. Ain't going to do nobody no good there in the bank.
No, that's right. But we can't find no good ideas for it, Lum. And on the ideas we have tried, while we come might nigh close to losing the money.
Yeah. Sometimes I almost wish Diogenes hadn't left us in charge of it.
Me too.
Yeah, we might not be the fellas to handle it. I don't know.
Hey, Doggies, wait a minute. Why don't we just pint 2 other fellas to handle it then?
2 other fellas?
Why, sure. Let them figure out what to spend the money for. That way, why, nobody can ever accuse us of doing the wrong thing with it. We'll be shut of it.
Yeah, but who are we going to find? I know it won't be Squire Skin.
Oh, no, of course not. Not him.
And Ezra Seastrunk ain't got no head for financial figures.
No.
Can't hardly handle his own account.
No, he broke all the time.
Mose Moots is too lazy.
Yeah.
Luke Spears is too busy.
Oh, yeah, Luke's busy now.
No, I don't believe that's a good idea. I'm feared we'd feel like we was shirking our duty.
Well, my...
Diogenes left it up to us to figure out something good to do with the money, and I grannies we're going to do it.
Well, I don't know what it'll be. I even asked little Pearl what she figured we ought to do with it, and... Wait a minute, there comes Mousie up out there.
Mousie?
Yeah, see?
Grannies, I hope he ain't got no new plans. Not after all the trouble his last one got us into.
Yeah, well, I reckon he'd more likely give up being a genius by now. That's hard work being a genius. That's why I ain't never taken it up steady.
You ain't never taken it up unsteady.
Huh?
Well, howdy, Mousie.
Hello, Lum, Abner.
What can we do for you today, Mousie, as if I didn't know?
Well, just give me 2 minutes of your time, Lum. Now, I have a plan.
I was scared of this. Mousie,
Why don't you save your plan for somebody else? Or sell it to Squire. He appears to like to buy your plans, don't he, Abner?
Yeah, he'll buy it sure as a world, Mousie. Well, I'd like for you to hear it first, Lum. You see, I got to thinking about my mother the other night.
Oh, you mean the one that's Lady Blacksmith up in Iowa?
Yes, sir. Does she still seem like a father to you, Mousie? Yes, sir. And I got to thinking, and I just said to myself, I said, Mousie, someday Mama will want to retire from the blacksmith shop. And
well, natural.
Well, then she'll want to go home, but she can't.
She can't? Why not?
Well, because, she lives at the blacksmith shop, Lum, so she's already there.
What's wrong with that? It just saves her a trip, that's all.
Yes, sir, but I'd like to have her get away from the shop, Lum. Get away from it all.
Yeah. Just a minute, Mousie. What's all this got to do with a plan for spending the $10,000?
Well, I thought it would be nice if we could build a nice, comfortable old people's home here.
Just for your mom?
Well, no, sir, for all the old people in Pine Ridge who'd like to have a nice place to go and live and enjoy themselves when they get too old to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Might not be a bad plan, Mousie.
Would there be a checkerboard there, Mousie? Yes, sir. One under every tree.
Yeah. There ought to be a lot of trees, too.
Oh, my, yeah.
Great big shady trees.
Yeah.
Fella could sit on there and relax all day long.
All day long?
Why, sure.
Wouldn't there be no work to be did around here? No, sir. Not by the old folks. Well, I do know.
See there?
We could play croquet. Mama would be wonderful for putting up the croquet set, pounding the stakes in the ground for us.
Yeah, and that way she could sort of taper off gradual from her blacksmith work.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't have to stop it so sudden then. Sometimes that's dangerous, you know.
Hey, Doggy's Lum, I believe Mousie's hit on a great idea here, you know it? Yes, sir, I believe he has. I have. Sure, I know all the old folks around here just be tickled to death with something like this.
Well, natural.
Why, they could just sit there under them big trees all morning playing checkers. Just sit there and play checkers till somebody called them in to eat. And
yeah.
When they got done eating, why, they'd come out and play croquet all afternoon. Somebody call them into supper and go in and eat again.
Sure.
Yeah, eat supper and then sit around, listen to the radio, and play some more checkers, and then, let's see, might have another supper along about 9 o'clock just before turning in.
Grannies, I believe I got it.
Huh?
Yes, sir, I know just exactly the spot to build it at.
Whereabouts, Lum? Over there by my place?
No, it's further out of town. You know where the creek makes that bend out there northeast of town? That big eddy there?
Oh, you mean out there about a mile off the road going to Odin?
Yeah, where the fishing's so good.
Oh, that's the best spot there is in this part of the country. Oh, pull them out there, fella have to get behind a tree to bait a hook down there.
Yeah. Build a nice house there.
Yeah.
Got plenty of boats there already.
Oh, my, yes, that's the place.
That's exactly where we'll build a home.
Yeah.
Right close to the creek bed and put in a nice grassy lawn going right down to the edge of the creek.
Yeah, and there's plenty of big shade trees there, too. Feller could just lay out there and fish and sleep. Yeah, that's the place.
Yeah, we can just put big comfort rocking chairs under them trees and furnish everybody a fishing bowl and just let them sit there and fish all day.
Why, sure.
And smoke if they want to smoke.
Oh, yeah, furnish cigars, what they ought to do. Yeah, play checkers at the same time. Just sit there and fish and play checkers. They can.
Yeah, or read books or anything they want to do.
Why, sure. Might even have them bring the food right down there instead of calling them in the house for supper. They wouldn't have to walk so far.
Why, sure. Have them bring the meals right out there to you.
Sit and eat and fish, yeah.
That is, they can do it without making too much noise.
Too much noise?
Have to pass some rules making it illegal for anybody to interrupt a feller when he's fishing, especially if he's getting a bite.
Oh, yeah, Lomy, don't want no hollering going on. Well, Lum, I don't think that Mama knows how to fish.
Oh, well, it's time she's taking it up and learning how then.
Why, sure.
She don't know what she's been missing all these years.
Why, yes, she ought to take it up, especially if she seems like a father to you, Mousie.
Yeah, that's right. Any boy's papa enjoys going fishing.
Oh, my, yes.
And get to talking about it, I'd sort of love to go this afternoon myself.
Well, I hear they're biting pretty good. Cedric was out last night, just a right pierce string of catfish.
I ain't looked lately. Is the signs right?
Yeah, just right now, yes, sir.
Granny, I thought about something else, too. We might put in some hammocks under them trees.
Hammock.
Yeah, it might be some of the old folks that wants to fish from a hammock instead of a rocking chair.
Why, sure, they could do that. Just lay there and sleep. And fact is, they could put the line around their toe there. Got a bite, jerk them, wake them up there, sure. How old does a feller have to be to get in that home, Mom?
Oh, I don't know. Have to decide on that. I reckon you ought to be past 60 anyways.
60, huh? Doggy, that sounds good. You know what? Here, I better call Elizabeth right now. Let me get the phone now.
Well, just a minute. What do you have to call Elizabeth for? Let's talk about it.
Well, here, to tell her to get everything packed up. We're moving into that old folks' home right now.
You are?
Why, sure. That's just exactly the kind of place I always wanted to live in.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Abner. You can't move into the old folks' home.
Why can't I? I'm past 60, ain't I?
Yeah, but you just can't move in there, that's all.
I can't done it. I'm an old folk.
I know, but you can't move in there.
Why?
Well, one of us has got to stay here and run the store.
It's the Amos and Andy Christmas Show, brought to you by Rinso, the only soap that contains Solium. On this Christmas Eve of 1950, Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso with Solium, again brings you the Amos and Andy Christmas Show. And now, here they are with their Christmas cast and Jeff Alexander and his orchestra and chorus, radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy. Well, this is Sunday, Christmas Eve. But let's go back to yesterday morning. Andy's out with Amos's little girl, Arbadella, on their annual tour of the store windows.
Well, let's look in this window, Uncle Andy.
Yeah, they sure got a lot of toys in there, ain't they?
I've never seen so many toys. It's just like something you dream about.
Yeah. Hey, there's something cute there. There's a paint set. Look what it says there. Junior paint set, $12.95, complete with easel.
What's an easel, Uncle Andy?
Easel? It's one of them things, well, all artists has got them. They can't do without them.
Oh, what do they use them for?
Well, they wears them on their head. Got a little tassel on them that keeps the head warm while they're painting. That's it.
Oh, Uncle Andy, you know everything, don't you?
Well, most everything. A couple of things might have slipped by me. I don't know.
Look, that's cute. What does that say?
That's a baby doll set complete with preambulator.
What's a preambulator, Uncle Andy?
Well, it's just like one of them measles, but it ain't got no tassel on it.
Oh, look, Uncle Andy. Here's what I've been waiting to see. See it there? The one in the corner. That big doll there.
Yeah, that sure is a pretty doll, Arbadella.
Yes, that's a talking doll. That's the one I wrote and asked Santa Claus to bring me. But Daddy said I wrote the letter too late. You see, I only wrote it 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, maybe your papa ain't got the money. That ain't giving Santa Claus much time. You got to write him before that.
Oh, isn't she pretty, though, Uncle Andy? Daddy said Santa Claus would bring her to me next Christmas.
Oh, sure. You see, that'll give him more time.
We're having a good time today, ain't we, Uncle Andy? I like being out with you.
Yes, and I like being out with you, too, Arbadella. But there ain't no sense us standing outside this window eyeballing that doll all day. I guess we got to get on home now.
Oh, Uncle Andy, couldn't I just look at the talking doll once more?
Oh, sure, Arbadella. Go ahead.
That sure is a pretty dress she's got on.
Yeah.
But when Santa Claus brings her to me next year, I'm going to make her a lot more pretty dresses. Pink ones. I can hardly wait till next Christmas. It's only a year.
Oh, come in, King.
Well, Brother Andy, Merry Christmas. Greetings of the season. Say, what you doing stretched out in bed there?
Oh, I'm just laying down for a minute. I got a little woozy while I was out Christmas shopping with Arbadella.
Yeah, well, you don't look too good around the gills.
Don't I?
Yeah, you look a little like a flounder that's just been gaffed. Yeah, I guess a little strenuous out Christmas shopping for all your dear friends, and you want to remember, especially this time of the year.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's wrong with me. I done took my temperature a few minutes ago, and the thermostat went up to 101.
101? That ain't good, Andy.
Well, did that mean I was sick?
Well, Andy, I don't want to alarm you or nothing, but I had a cat once that had a temperature of 101. The next thing I knew, she started foaming at the mouth. Then she dove through the dining room window, landed on the street, and climbed 40 feet up a 20-foot tree. And a half hour later, she had a litter of kittens, too.
Well, I don't think that I is that sick.
Well, Andy, like I said, you probably wore yourself out with too much Christmas shopping. So I'm going to do you a big favor, boy. Instead of having you come all the way up to my house with that big present that I know you done bought for me, I'll just take the thing with me now, save you the trip. See, Andy, I'm always thinking of you. What kind of a pal would I be to let a sick man lug a great big box up to my house on Christmas Eve? Yeah, you got to think of your friends on Christmas. It's the spirit of good cheer, peace on earth, and mistletoe and all that.
Kingfish.
Yeah, this season, I kind of choke up, Andy. I is filled with the spirit of friendship and brotherly love.
Kingfish.
Oh, what is it, Andy, old pal?
I ain't got no present for you.
How would you like to have a punch in the mouth?
Listen, Kingfish, don't you say nothing to me. I give you that pen and pencil set last year, and you didn't give me nothing.
Yeah, well, then I can explain that to you. Now, wait a minute. I'll tell you what I've done now. I done bought you a box of fine cigars. You know, Coronas. And I wanted them to be perfect for you. And I thought I'd puff on one to see how they was. And the first one seemed to be a little too dry. So wherever I finished that one, I decided to puff on another one, and that one was too moist, you see. So I thought I'd try another one. Well, anyway, between the puffing and the drying and the moistening, why, the next thing I know, your Christmas went up in smoke, Andy.
Well, Kingfish, you see, it was all I could do to manage to scrape up something for Amos and his kids. I was too broke to get you anything this Christmas, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, Andy, I was just thinking now, if you want to go down to the friendly loan company on the corner, why, they'd be glad to let you have it.
Come in. Oh, hi, Lightning. Hi.
Good morning, Brother Andy. How are you, Brother Kingfish? Well, Lightning, glad you dropped by. I was just thinking about you. You know, you got to think of your friends at Christmas time. It's the spirit of good cheer, peace on earth. And this time of the year when the spirit of friendship and brotherly love spreads throughout the world.
Kingfish, if you don't get out of here, I'm going to punch you right in the nose. You hear that?
All right. There certainly is a fine attitude to take at Christmas time. Goodbye to both of you bums.
Well, Lightning, I see you done wrapped up them presents for me like I asked you to.
Oh, yeah, sir. I done wrapped each one of them separate, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good. But wait a minute here. How am I going to know which one is the crayon?
Well, that's simple, Miss Andy. You see, on the crayons there, I put a K.
Wait a minute. Lightning, don't you know that crayon starts with a C?
You do?
Certainly. C-R-O-U-T-O-N-S. Crayon.
Well, you ain't giving away many presents this year, is you, Miss Andy?
No, I got a little something for Amos and Ruby. These toy soldiers I got for Amos Jr. is all right, but I don't know if Arbedella's going to like these crayons or not.
I'm sure she'll like them. And anyway, what do you know what she like and what she don't like, Miss Andy?
Well, there's the trouble, Lightning. I do know what she likes.
Well, it don't make no difference. You flat busted anyway.
Yeah, and that's what's troubling me. I was broke and... Say, Lightning, what time is it?
It's about 1 o'clock, Miss Andy.
1 o'clock? I'm just getting an idea here, Lightning. Let me get up here. I think I'm going to take a walk down to that department store on the corner. Come in. Did you want to see me? I I guess so. Is you the gentleman to do the hiring for the department store?
That's right. My name is Simmons.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if you needed any extra sales help for this last-minute rush this afternoon. I would work hard.
Well, we did need extra help up until this morning. But I think we can get through the rest of the day with the salespeople we have.
Oh, well, thank you just the same, Mr. Osborne.
Say, wait just a minute.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Maybe you can help us.
What's that?
Well, one of our Santa Claus helpers was called home. His wife was taken ill suddenly, and, well, we could use somebody to take his place. Do you think you could do it?
Be Santa Claus's helper?
That's right.
Well, I ain't never done it before, and I don't, Sure, I can do it.
Fine. You go down and see Mr. Walker on the 4th floor. He'll give you your Santa Claus suit and whiskers. Then come back here, and I'll tell you just what you're supposed to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Brown, you look very well in that outfit.
Yes, sir.
I see you've got that pillow in there just right.
That ain't no pillow, that's me.
Well, I think you're going to make a fine Santa Claus, Mr. Brown. Now, you just put on these whiskers and hat, and you're all set.
Yes, sir. Now, what must I do, Mr. Simmons?
Well, you can get into the toy department right through the back door of my office here. The Santa Claus chair is right there.
Yes, sir. And I just sits there and talks to the children, huh?
That's right. You just have the children come up one at a time, and if you run into any difficulties of any kind, just call the floor walker.
Yes, sir. If I have any trouble, I'll call the floor walker.
Good luck, Santa. Right through that door there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, there's the Santa Claus chair. A lot of children waiting already, too. Uh-oh, they done spotted me. Hey, quiet, kids. Quiet. Wait a minute. I better sit down here and get started. All right, Sonny. You is first. Come right up here and sit on Santa Claus's lap. That's the boy. Now, tell Santa Claus, what did you want for Christmas?
I want a Hop-Along Cassidy hat, a Hop-Along Cassidy shirt, Hop-Along Cassidy spurs, Hop-Along Cassidy belt, a Hop-Along Cassidy gun, Hop-Along Cassidy boots, and a Hop-Along Cassidy toothbrush.
Well, and tell me something, little fella. Just who is your favorite cowboy star?
Roy Rogers.
Hey, you is a nice little boy, you know it. What is your name?
Sammy Jackson.
Well, tell me something, Sammy. Has you been a good boy?
Yes.
I ought to know that without asking. You look like a smart little fella. I bet you was smart in school.
No, I ain't.
You ain't smart in school?
No, I ain't.
I bet you try hard, though, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you're going to try hard after you go back after the vacation, though, ain't you?
No, I ain't. I ain't never going to try hard because I hate school. And there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh, floor walker. Can you come over here, floor walker?
If I get everything I ask for, I'll try hard.
Never mind, floor walker. That's a good little boy, Sammy. You just hang up your stocking and everything going to be all right.
Okay, thank you, Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Am I next?
Yeah, you was next. My. Say, you is a sweet little girl. Now, what can Santa do for a pretty little girl like you?
Mommy said when I came up here, I could sit on your lap.
Oh, sure, yeah. Let me lift you up here. There you is. You as light as a feather. What's your name, honey?
Patricia Washington.
That's a pretty name, too. And that's a pretty little coat you got on there.
My mother made it for me. She made my hat, too.
Well, Patricia, I suppose you come up to tell me what you want for Christmas.
No, Santa. I wrote you a letter about that. I just came up to visit with you.
Oh, well, that was nice of you, yeah.
I guess when you've been out delivering presents all Christmas Eve, when you get home, you must be awfully tired, Santa Claus.
Yeah, I guess I is pretty tired of that, yeah.
And I'll bet your little girl comes up to you and throws her arms around you like I do when my daddy comes home tired.
Well, no, honey, my little girl don't do that, 'cause You see, I don't have no little girl. I live by myself.
All by yourself?
All by myself.
Then, just for today, I'll be your little girl. Here.
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you very much.
Why, Santa Claus, didn't you like it having a little girl hug and kiss you? I noticed there's a tear running down your cheek.
Oh, no, honey. I like that more than I can ever tell you. But don't you pay no attention to that tear. It's just that at Christmas time, your eye is liable to do funny things to you. And I'll tell you something else, too. Santa is really going to come to your house this year.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas to you, honey. All right, who's next?
I'm next.
Come right up, Sonny. What's your name?
Jonathan Waldorf Curtis Higgins, the third.
Yeah, well, I'll just call you Johnny. Now, what do you want for Christmas, Johnny?
Wait a minute. Before I tell you, are you the real Santa Claus?
Well, I have Santa Claus's helper.
Well, I guess that's okay. But I don't like doing business with no middleman.
You know, talking to me is just like talking to Santa yourself. I got the sleigh and the reindeers and everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, all right, then. Just what are the reindeers' names?
You want to know the reindeers' names?
Well, if you're Santa Claus helper, you ought to know the names.
Yeah, well, there's Donner, Blitzen, Thunder, Prancer, and Stinkin', Blinkin', and Nod. Now, what you want for Christmas, Johnny?
I want an electric train, I want a bicycle, and I want a model airplane with a real gasoline engine.
Yeah, well, that's all pretty expensive stuff, but I don't know if you're going to get all of that.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No.
Say, lean over here a minute.
Yes, sir. I mean, what you want?
Now, listen, Bud. Do I get that stuff, or do I have to punch you in the nose in front of all these kids?
Oh, floor walker! Well, Sonny...
You see this fist?
Never mind, floor walker. Okay, you'll get the stuff.
I'd better.
Yeah, all right. Who's next?
I am Santa Claus.
Oh, step right up, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
William Smith.
Yeah, well, William, I suppose a big fella like you want a cowboy suit for Christmas, too, huh?
Nope.
Electric train?
Nope.
Bicycle?
Nope.
Pair of boxing gloves?
Nope.
Well, tell me, William, what would you like?
A baby sister.
You want a baby sister?
Yes. How can I get one?
Oh, floor walker.
Well, you look a little worn out, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yeah, I was a little tired. I never talked to so many kids in all my life. Gee, they is cute, though.
You did very well. All the children seemed very happy, and the parents were just standing there beaming.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, sir.
We certainly appreciated having you here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Well, I enjoyed it, too. And, of course, like I told you when I made the deal with you, I done it for a special reason.
Yes. And here it is, Mr. Brown. I had the stock boy take it out of the window. The talking doll.
Christmas show is being brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the only soap in all the world that contains Solium. Well, that brings us up to this evening, which is Christmas Eve. Andy, with his arms full of presents, has come up to Amos's apartment.
Well,
Well, come in, Andy. Merry Christmas, boy.
Say, Amos, is the kids around?
Oh, no, they is all in bed. Arbedella's the last one. She just went to bed a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, I didn't want none of the kids to see me come in with these packages. Let me put them down here under the tree.
Oh, gee, you got a lot of stuff there, Andy. Look like you didn't forget nobody.
Yeah. Where's Ruby?
Well, she and her mama went to church for Christmas Eve services, and I kind of babysitting with the children tonight.
Well, I got a present here for you, Amos.
Oh, thank you, Andy.
And here's something for your wife, Ruby, and here's something for her mama. And I got a box.
What I come to tell you is keep that kid out of sight, Savvy. No stranger come here in forest. Keep him out of sight. You never know when riders is apt to wander or where they're coming from. That's him now. Him call me. Wait. Remember what I said, Savvy. Keep that kid out of sight. I don't want nobody to find him.
Eagle feather.
Come on, you mangy bag of bones. Come on. Get up here. Him whip horse.
Hello.
Eagle feather, where are you?
Where, little fella? In that fine way out thick forest, huh?
Look, I caught a fish. Look.
Ah, you fine young brave. Heap fine. You like it here, little one?
It's fun. I've never had so much fun.
Eagle feather like you. Red cloud like you.
And I like it here fine. I want to stay here always.
Ah, you got grandfather, grandmother. What about them?
Gosh, I've never seen them. I suppose I ought to want to see him sometime. But I want to stay here. I like it here. Eagle Feather.
Hmm?
Who was that on the horse?
You see him?
No, but I heard the horse go away. Who was it?
You not worry about that, little fella. You not worry. But Eagle Feather, him worry plenty. Me make promise. Sometime promise good. Sometime bad. This time, me not sure.
Hello, Andy. Hiya.
Look, it's so loud.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I plumb forgot. I hate to say it, Andy, but I figure it's hopeless looking for the kid.
If Dave dies, I don't want to live. You'll be there, Brock. Just you.
Well, it's all
this
right.
ranch will be yours. All the money we got in the bank, it'll be yours. Oh, I mustn't talk this way. There's still hope. We can still find Bob.
I got to go out and curry call my horse, Andy.
It's true, ain't it? We can't give up, can we? Not yet, Brock.
Well, I better tend to my horse, Andy.
He wouldn't say. Brock wouldn't say. Reckon everybody's give up but me. And me, I ain't got much hope left neither. Not much left.
It'll reckon it's all over but the shouting. Yeah, they're old. Why shouldn't they die? Old people can't live forever. And all this here ranch will be mine. All of it.
That's where you're wrong, Brock.
What the?
I've been waiting for you to come out of the barn.
Who are you? What are you? Mash man.
You shot at me from the top of the cliff, didn't you? Rifle fire. It's hot on me.
You're local.
You won't get away with it, Brock.
I don't tell you what you're talking about.
Don't you? This horse of yours is brown, isn't he?
Well, sure.
It wasn't brown an hour ago.
Huh?
I saw you stop outside the ranch at the spring. You washed black paint off this horse.
It ain't so.
It is. What's more, we found this. It's yours, isn't it?
Black bandana.
Speak up.
All right. All right, mister, you're wise to what's going on. It's any of your business.
Where's the boy? Have you done anything to him? I'll see you.
Oh, he's alive, all right. Alive and happy. Now, look, mister. I don't know you, and I ain't asking no questions. You're masked. As far as I know, you're an outlaw. So I don't have to worry none about telling anyone, savvy?
Where's the boy?
Oh, no. Come back in about a month, mister, and maybe I'll give you some cash so as to forget about this. Yeah, a month ought to be time enough for me. You see, I expect to fall into an inheritance.
Brock, you
Wearing your guns, ain't you? Well, I got my holster strapped down, too.
There'll be no gunfighting, Brock.
Yeah? I reckon you heard I'm plenty quick on the trigger. Now get out of here. I'm going to make you get out.
Don't move.
Oh, let go. Let go. You got a grip like iron.
You struggle, you're apt to crush your hand.
I ain't reaching for my gun again, mister.
Get this, Brock. You're bringing that boy back here.
You can't bluff me.
I said you're bringing him back pronto. If you don't, you'll see me again. Adios.
Why, that isn't telling me what to do. Just wear a mask. Oh, there he goes. Where's that saddle? I said that masked hummer, he can't bluff me. I'm going to see Eagle Feathers. I'll make doggone sure that kid never shows up. Never. Come on, Nick. Come on. I'll ride you right to the ground. Come on, there. Move on. Come on.
Not him. That's Brock, Tonto. He's heading west in a hurry.
And what we do?
He's got the boy someplace. Our guess was right. I knew it as soon as I looked at his face when I saw him in the barn. He thinks I'm an outlaw, Kemosabe.
Only Doctor know who you are.
I'm going after Brock.
I'll me go, too.
No. You head back for the Bennett's ranch. Tell them their grandson has been found. Yes, tell them he's been found. I'm going after Brock myself. Tell them the boy has been found, Tonto, because he will be found.
Here you go. Hit him up, Still.
Ho, Silver, away!
You hear me, Eagle Feather? What do you think I come riding out here in the middle of the night for? You going to do like I say?
Eagle Feather, not sure what you mean.
Pack up, that's what I mean. You and your squaw and the kid, all of you, pack up and head out west.
Why you not say this for?
Never mind that, I'm saying it now. You can use that money, can't you?
Eagle Feather and squaw belong lost tribe, plenty poor. Need money bad.
Then you'll get it, but only if you do like I say.
We take little fella, head west.
You don't have to go so far, 100, maybe 200 miles.
Maybe near Rainbow Creek, huh?
Rainbow Creek, yeah. I'll send you the money carrier, Wells Fargo, Rainbow Creek.
We go in morning. We fix Trevor.
Tonight. Tonight. You ain't waiting for morning. You go now, Savvy.
But you
now, the sooner the better. You made a promise to me, and you got to stick to it. Tonight. Get busy and get out. I got to get back to the range.
Him not good. Too bad Eagle Feather make promise. Me get squaw. Get little brave. Go long trip.
Eagle Feather, that boy isn't going with you.
You step from forest like owl that flies without sound.
Eagle Feather, you've got to listen to me. I followed Brock and listened as you talked. Do you know why Brock wants the boy out of the way?
Him say, boy all alone. Boy got no mother, no father.
The boy was going to his grandparents to be cared for. If the boy disappears, Brock will get the inheritance that should be the boy's.
What, that?
It's true. You can believe me.
It's dark. Eagle Feather not see face of man who talk. But voice sound like good voice. Honest voice. But I make promise.
A promise that doesn't count. It can't count. Eagle Feather, that boy's grandfather is sick. If the boy doesn't come, he may die. You've got to let me take him back. Well?
Eagle Feather do that. You're right. Eagle Feather take boy to grandfather.
Good. I knew you'd help me.
Oh, no, you ain't, masked man.
Brock.
Good thing I backtrack. Think you're smart, huh, masked man? If you want that kid, you'll have to take care of me first.
Don't stop me, Brock. Eagle Feather, get the boy.
Me go and we go.
You ain't getting him, mister. This time I'm drawn and you ain't close enough to stop me.
You missed it.
Then I'll beat you with my hands. How do you like that, masked man? That kid ain't going with you.
He is, Brock. No matter what you say, that boy's going back.
That's what you say.
Well, Injun, where is he? Where's my grandson?
You wait.
Oh, you said that hours ago. I brought the folks from town and all here waiting.
Maybe the engine's making it all up.
Yeah, we ain't seen the boy.
We looked all over.
Who is that engine anyways?
I tell truth. Boy, him come back.
You see him, Injun?
No.
Where is he?
Tonto not know that.
You ain't seen him. You don't know where he is, and yet you keep saying he'll be back. But nobody even knows who you are.
Me, Tonto. Doctor know me.
Doctor ain't here, Injun. He's back in Saddle Bow with some other folks that are sick.
Dave. Now, Dave, you got to rest easy.
Injun, if you ain't giving a straight story, I wish you'd have never showed your face in here. Now that you build up my hopes for nothing, I feel worse than I did before.
Injun, you shouldn't have done it.
It's true.
You said that in the middle of the night. Look, the sun's coming up already. It's been hours. We hoped and we prayed. Now the sun's coming up. There ain't no sign of Bob. No sign of...
Ma, what are you staring at?
Dave, this rider's coming. Coming up to the house.
Injun, give me a lift. Carry me through the window.
It's a masked fella. A masked fella and an Injun. Dave, they got a boy with him.
Is it Bob?
That's white friend. Him bring boy. Me carry you outside.
Come on. We're all going outside. Bob.
My grandson. Injun, carry me closer. Closer.
Bob, these are your grandparents. You're going to stay with them.
I like him.
Masked man, you brung him to us. You brung Bob.
Yes, Mrs. Bennett. And this is Eagle Feather. He's a friend of your grandson. He sheltered him.
He did, huh? Well, Eagle Feather, you can make this ranch your home as long as you live.
Eagle Feather, good friend to you.
My grandson. Some fella ain't here. I come to think of it, where's Brock, my nephew? He ought to be here.
I have a message from Brock. He wanted me to tell you he's decided to head west for California. I don't think he'll be back.
Huh?
I think it's for the best, Benners. You'll agree later. Come, Tonto.
Ma, I ain't got time to figure out about Brock. And to tell the truth, I don't care much. Brock's old enough to take care of himself. But this here's our grandson, our own boy.
I feel fine. I feel Jim Dandy.
Come on, you folks, come on. Let's go into the house and celebrate. I'm fixing breakfast for my grandson, and you're all invited.
Me worry about you, Kemosabe.
I had a battle with Brock, Tonto, but I brought the boy. As for Brock, well, I thought it better that his aunt and uncle never learned what he tried to do to them. Perhaps he'll start a new life in California.
Look, them plenty happy, huh?
Yes, Tonto, very happy. And they'll be happy for a long time. Come on, Silver, old boy.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver, away!
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Rudy Valley, yours truly, Toby Reed, Mary Lee Robb, Dick Crenna, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
The Burns' next-door neighbors, the Vanderlips, are out of town for a few days, and their teenage daughter, Emily, has moved in with George and Gracie until her parents return. It's a balmy, romantic night in June as we go to the Burns house, and Emily is on the front porch saying goodnight to her teenage boyfriend.
Do you have to go in, Emily?
Yes, Rudy. Mr. and Mrs. Burns are already asleep. Thanks for taking me to the Coconut Grove tonight.
Gosh, that's all right. You paid your own way.
I didn't mind.
Someday I'll have a better job and make more money. I won't always be third assistant soda jerk.
You bet you won't. Someday you'll be the highest paid jerk in town.
Gee, thanks, Emily.
I loved the way you sang in my ear while we were dancing.
I'm a lousy singer.
Oh, I don't care. I loved it. And I love you, Rudy.
I love you, Emily. And someday you'll be my wife. Mrs. Rudolph Schreckenhorst.
Mrs. Rudolph Schreckenhorst. That's beautiful.
What a honeymoon we'll have. In the distance, I can already hear the roar of Niagara Falls.
That's Mr. Burns sleeping on his back.
Oh.
I have to go in now, Rudy.
Can I kiss you goodnight, Emily?
If you want to.
Pucker up. Wow, kissing's fun.
And it'll even be more fun after we're married. Then you can kiss me on the forehead.
I didn't know husbands kiss their wives on the forehead.
Well, I didn't either until I moved in with the Burnses.
Good night, Rudy. I'm going in and write about you in my diary.
Good night, Emily. I'll count the seconds while I'm away from you.
Do that, Rudy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good morning, Gracie. How about some breakfast?
Oh, George, I'm too upset to think about breakfast. Something terrible has happened to Emily.
What's the matter?
Well, after she left for school this morning, I found her diary and I read it. And
Hold
it
it.
contained... Huh?
You shouldn't read Emily's diary. That isn't done.
I know, but it's great as far as it goes.
It's not nice.
I'll say it isn't. You know what I found out? She's in love with Rudy Valley.
What?
It's true, George. Emily's been dating the hobo hugger.
Hobo hugger?
Tramp kisser?
You mean vagabond lover?
Yeah, that's it.
Hobo hugger?
It's all right here in her diary. She and Rudy are engaged to be married.
Oh, go. Little kid and a man old enough to be her father. That could never work.
Well, I don't know, George. We've been very happy.
Well, he wouldn't even date a high school kid. He's got thousands of women. He's a handsome guy.
Yeah, he is handsome, except when he sings. You know, I saw him a long time ago in the theater, and when he sang, his lips stuck out like a ubangi.
He was singing through a megaphone.
Yeah, oh.
Rudy Valley is doing all right. You ought to read the article about him in the July Red Book magazine.
What does it say?
Well, it says that he's one of the great entertainers of all time. And it says that he's a sensation in nightclubs right now.
Oh, you'd be even better. In fact, lots of people want to buy a nightclub just so they could give you a job.
Really?
Well, sure. Every time you sing, they say, oh, if I only had a club.
Let's drop the whole subject. I'm sure the Rudy in Emily's diary isn't Rudy Valley.
Well, I think it is, George. Let me read it to you.
Yes, I'd like to hear that.
All right, now listen.
Yeah.
Had a date with Rudy tonight. It was wonderful.
That could be anybody.
While we danced, he sang to me. Poor Rudy, he can't carry a tune in a basket.
That's beginning to sound like Valley, all right.
And listen to this. He asked me to be his wife. Someday I'll be married to the highest paid jerk in town.
Sounds even more like Valley now. Sit down.
He took me to the Coconut Grove tonight. I had to pay my own way.
It is Valley, yeah. Gracie, you've got to break this thing up. We're responsible for that girl.
Well, I know.
I wish Emily's father were in town. Old Vanderlip is a Yale man like Rudy. He could straighten everything out.
How?
He could appeal to Rudy.
Well, I think Rudy would still prefer Emily.
Yeah. I mean, Yale men are very loyal to one another.
George?
Yeah?
Why don't you go to Rudy and pose as Mr. Vanderlip, the Yale man?
I wouldn't be convincing. I haven't had Vanderlip's education.
You went to school longer than he did.
Honey, Vanderlip went through grade school, high school, and college. I never got past the third grade.
I know, but you went to school longer than he did.
Yes, I was the only third grader in PS 98 that shaved every day.
Well, now look,
Hollander was my teacher.
Oh? George, you've just got to go to Rudy Valley and talk to him.
Look, let's wait until Emily comes home from school this afternoon and talk to her.
Well, that won't do any good, George. I know how she feels. When I was her age, I felt the same way about Rudy Valley. And so did my mother before.
Let's wait and see. I'm going in the kitchen to fix some breakfast. See if I can fix some chicken chow mein.
Well, if he won't be Mr. Vanderlip, I'll be Mrs. Vanderlip.
Somebody's got to talk to Rudy Valley.
Yes, please?
Oh, hello. You're not Rudy Valley, are you?
Oh, no, me Mr. Valley Chinese boy.
Well. I didn't know he had married a Chinese girl. Tell your father I'd like to see him.
No, not Mr. Valley's son. Just work for Mr. Valley.
Oh, Wong, would you run down to... Well, how do you do?
Well, hello, Mr. Valley.
Well, don't just stand there, Wong. This attractive young lady has just come in from the heat of the day. Fetch a glass of champagne for Miss...
It's Mrs. I'm married.
Oh. Well, don't stand there, Wong. Bring her a glass of water.
No, Father. I'm just here to give Mr. Valley a piece of my mind, and that won't take long.
Excuse me. I gather that you've come to upbraid me.
No, I'm not here to fix your hair. I came to tell you that you've got to stop chasing Emily Vanderlip.
Emily Vanderlip?
Yes.
I've dated a Jessica Vanderlip, Clarissa Vanderlip, also a Florence Vanderlip, but Emily escapes me.
Well, the next time she escapes, don't chase her. Too young and innocent. Why, I don't think she's even been kissed.
You say I've dated her?
Many times.
She's been kissed.
Then you should be ashamed of yourself. She's only 17.
17? Then I assure you I have not dated the girl. My conscience would never allow it, not to mention my attorneys.
Oh, but you have dated her. She says so right in her diary. Now, it's got to stop. My daughter is too young for you.
Emily is your daughter?
Not only that, I'm her mother.
But you look too young to have a daughter, 17.
Oh, I'm older than you think.
Really?
Oh, yes, I'll soon be 20. You can't believe it, huh?
Well, hardly. How long have you been married?
15 years.
You were married at 5?
No, I think it was about 3:30.
Just a moment. About this 17-year-old daughter, don't you have your figures mixed up?
No, this is mine. She's wearing hers.
I mean, you can't possibly be 20. Married 15 years and have a daughter 17.
No, huh? No. Well, let's try it this way. I'm 15, I've been married 17 years, and I have a daughter 20. Even I can see through that one.
Why don't you tell me the truth?
You have to forgive me. I'm terribly upset about you and my daughter. Emily's father should have come to see you. You know, he's a Yale man like you.
Your husband went to Yale?
No. Emily's father went to Yale.
You've been married twice.
Twice? No, only once.
Isn't your husband your daughter's father?
Yes, I guess he should be, shouldn't he?
You know, he's beginning to sound more like a Harvard man.
Oh, now I'm straightened out. My husband is Emily's father, and he's a Yale man.
Well, I'm always interested in a fellow alumnus. Did your husband get a letter at Yale?
Oh, sure. I wrote to him every week.
I mean, you don't understand what a Yale letter is.
Well, what is it?
Why?
That's what I say. Who cares?
Madam, may I have your address?
360 North Camden.
Thank you. I'll drop over and talk with your husband about this. You're too upset to make sense, but perhaps we Yale men can straighten this thing out.
Oh, no. You mustn't talk to my husband.
Why not?
You see, he's even more upset than I am. He doesn't even remember going to Yale.
How ghastly.
And it's all because of you and our daughter. You've just got to give her up.
But I don't even know the girl.
Oh, Mr. Valley, I'm serious about this. You can play dumb, but I'm not playing. Now, promise me you'll give her up.
If it'll terminate this interview, I promise.
Oh, good. And now that it's over, I just want to say that I don't blame Emily. You really look very handsome and quite young, too.
Thank you.
But the funny thing, you looked younger when I first came in.
I was younger. I would say that your little visit has aged me about 5 years.
Ah, you're sweet. Well, goodbye, or as you Yale men say, anchors away. Watch out for girls.
I will, and you watch out for squirrels. What an experience. Oh, Wong.
Oh, yes, sir, please, Mr. Valley.
Wong, I'm going over to 360 North Camden to rehabilitate an old Yale man. Worry over his young daughter has unseated his mind. He doesn't even remember going to Yale.
Oh, how ghastly.
Yes, my therapy should be to take him back to the good old days of New Haven. Fetch my raccoon coat, my Yale pennant and beanie.
Lie away.
You'll find them in my room where I took them off last night. Belongs to Daddy. That Cole Porter classic reminds us that Father's Day is next Sunday, June 19th. That's a day you can show Dad just how much you really appreciate him. So pamper the man. Make him feel like a king in his own castle from breakfast on. And you can be sure Dad's heart will belong to you when he tastes that delicious, heartwarming coffee. Rich, mellow Maxwell House coffee. You know, only Maxwell House gives you such a satisfying good to the last drop flavor. And it's this superb flavor that's made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. That's right, Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. How does Maxwell House create this superb flavor? Well, it's just one way. It's the blending of many choice coffees, premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, all carefully selected by our Maxwell House experts. First, they choose Vanazali's coffees for mellowness. Next, Medellins are added for richness. Still other fine coffees contribute vigor. And Bucaramangas round out the fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing is especially important these days. For roasted coffee, ground or in the whole bean, loses flavor when it's packed in ordinary containers where air can easily reach it. But Maxwell House coffee is carefully vacuum packed, so you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for.
So, friends, discover the extra flavor, the extra enjoyment of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. We now find Rudy Valley, complete with raccoon coat, beanie, and college pennant, arriving at the Burns home under the impression that he's going to rehabilitate an old Yale man whose mind is cracked. George sees him approach.
Holy smoke, what's that coming up the wall? It's Valley. I guess he is dating Emily. He's making himself for a college boy to do it. That guy is nuttier than a fruitcake. Come in.
Bula bula.
Bula bula.
Raggedy X, quack, quack. Yale, yale, yale.
How about a nice cold glass of water?
Have I awakened anything?
Yeah, the neighbors. Hold it down a little.
To the tables down at Maury's, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old temple bar we love so well. Sing the whipping folks assembled with their glasses raised on high.
and the magic of their singing casts its spell.
Nice, get a load of this. Oh, down in the garden where the red rose grows. Love you so, love me like a flower. Don't you dare to holler. Come along and listen to the red rose grows.
Poor chap. This'll take a bit of doing.
What a crackpot.
Think back, old fellow. Can't you remember your school days?
Yeah, a little. Back in old 98.
98, eh? That was a long time ago. Did you take part in any sports?
I played a little pussycat and potsy.
You must have had jolly times at Yale.
Yale?
Yes, don't you remember? You're a son of old Eli.
Oh, man's name was Sam.
Well, I'm speaking of Yale University.
Yale?
Oh, back again, darling. Oh, Mr. Valley.
Oh, am I glad you're home. Mr. Vanderlip here is in worse condition than I thought.
Wait a minute. I'm not Mr. Vanderlip.
Oh, my husband thinks he's George Burns.
What a horrible affliction.
What are you two whispering about? I'm George Burns. And my driver's license. See for yourself.
Madam, this man is George Burns.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Burns? I'm Mrs. Vanderlip.
Look.
Where's your beautiful young wife, Gracie Allen? Is she gone?
Real gone. Now, let's straighten this thing out, Rudy. I'm George Burns, and this is my wife, Gracie.
If you'll pardon my saying so, you two strike me as both being rather peculiar.
That's great, coming from a guy who's wearing a raccoon coat and a beanie.
Well, just who is Emily Vanderlip?
Well, she's a neighbor girl who's staying with us for a while the folks are out of town. And she thinks you're the most fascinating man in the world, Rudy.
Well, at least she's sane.
Here comes Emily home from school.
Finding me here may send her into a frenzy of uncontrollable emotion. Where can I hide?
Well, lie down on the floor and show your teeth. I'll tell her you're a raccoon rug.
Come in the den with me, Rudy.
Yes, now I'll try to reason with Emily.
Oh, Valley, why were you cursed with this fatal charm?
Come on, Murray's. Let's go.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Oh, Emily, I'm glad you're home from school. Wait till I get up on a chair.
Get up on a chair?
Well, you're taller than I am, and I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
What about, Mrs. Burns?
Well, about Rudy. Well, he's not the sort of person you should go with. Why, he has girls by the hundred, by the thousand.
You mean he chases women?
And captures them, too. And another thing, if you marry him, you'll have to listen to him sing day and night.
Oh, after we're married, he'll stop singing.
Well, you know, if I was sure of that, I'd let you go through with it.
Well, I'm going to anyway. I want Rudy to be the father of my children.
Why, Emily, how many have you got?
None yet.
Oh, forget him, Emily. Do you know how old Rudy is?
Yes, he was 18 on Columbus Day.
Well, there you are. That was in 1492. Now, that would make him about, oh, my goodness, he's older than George.
Mrs. Burns, have you ever seen Rudy?
Well, sure, he's in the den with George right now.
Oh, he is? Oh, gee.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Oh, hello, Emily.
Oh, hello, Mr. Goodwin. Oh, now, if you'll excuse me, I want to go to my room and get all prettied up for Rudy. Don't let him get away.
Hey, Gracie. Emily got a new boyfriend?
Yes, Bill. He's Rudy Valley.
No fooling. I didn't know the old silver-nosed tenor had a son.
This is old Silver Nose himself.
Oh, you're kidding.
Well, I'll show you. Oh, Rudy, George, come on out.
Hello, Bill.
Well, Bill Goodwin.
Rudy, what's this about you dating Emily Vanderlip?
Oh, Bill, I've never met the girl. As frequently happens, she has built a dream fantasy around Valley. Women of all ages find me the most irresistible of men.
Would you get the colossal conceit of this guy? How can he say that he's the most irresistible of men when he knows I am? Couple of shy kids.
George, this gives me an idea. Bill, you take Emily away from Rudy, and George will take her away from you, and then I'll take George away from her, and she'll be back where she started.
Still take a girl away from me with my Barrymore profile.
You know, Rudy, you do look a little like Ethel.
When you're merely jealous. Because after a girl dates me, she never calls you again.
Yeah, well, after she dates you, she can't call me. She hasn't got a nickel left.
Easy there, Goodwin. It's not safe to arouse the ire of an old Yale man.
It is when he's as old as you are.
This is too much. Mrs. Burns, I need something to restore my composure. Could you fix me a cup of Maxwell House coffee?
Well, I'll be glad to, Rudy.
Hey, you drink Maxwell House coffee?
Yes, and I warn you, Goodwin, ridiculing me is bad enough. But if you dare say one detrimental word about mellow, delicious Maxwell House coffee, I shall trounce you.
But Rudy...
Why? How could a note like you appreciate the consummate skill that goes into the making of Maxwell House? The way those superb Latin American coffees are expertly blended and then radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
Well, yeah, but Rudy...
Silence! I'll have no aspersions cast upon Maxwell House. It's America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Now, have you anything less to say?
Yes. I love you. And George Burns, shame on you for even suggesting that I could take a girl away from this fine, handsome, intelligent young college boy.
Thank you.
I didn't suggest it. It was Gracie's idea. Why don't you ball her out?
What? Ball out the boss? I want to work next season.
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Rudolph, Emily's sweetheart.
Not anymore. She's got a new sweetheart.
What?
Oh, but I'll tell her you're here. You say your name is Rudolph?
Schreckenhorst.
Watch your language, young man.
No, I'm Rudolph Schreckenhorst.
Oh. Hey, maybe you're the one who can take her away from Rudy Valley. Come on in the den. Boys, our problem may be solved.
What have you dreamed up now?
Well, this nice young man is going to take Emily away from you, Mr. Valley.
That's right, sir. How do you do?
This hobbledehoy?
I'm not a hobbledehoy.
No, he's a Schreckenhorst.
Gracie, this won't work.
Oh, yes, it will. Valley won't have a chance against this boy.
This is the final insult. Until this moment, I had no interest in Miss Vanderlip. But now I shall turn on every ounce of my magnetism and reduce her to a quivering mass of adoration.
Well, do it outside. I just swept this floor.
It's too late. Here comes Emily.
Mrs. Burns, did you tell... Rudy, darling.
She spies me. Her heart flutters.
Emily. Let me kiss you, dream man.
If you must. No, young lady. I'm over here. You're kissing the Schreckelhorst.
The magnetism, Rudy. Make it quiver.
A bit of music will do it. I shall play my trump.
Oh, I thought you played the sax.
I was referring to my incomparable voice. My time is your time.
I sure wish Mr. Burns would stop that awful singing.
No, it's not Mr. Burns. It's that other man.
You mean the old creep with the megaphone?
Yeah, I think his name is Rudy Valley.
Never heard of him. Let's go, lover.
Coming, honey, baby.
And no one like you. Oh, my time is your time.
Look, you can stop singing. Somebody just beat your time.
Yes, Rudy. The Schreckenhorst came in first.
This is unbelievable. I must be dreaming. Mrs. Burns, will you pinch me?
Oh, no. Just because you lost Emily, you're not going to start a romance with me.
My time is your time.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. And here's Bill Goodwin.
Housewives of America. Gracie Allen has proposed war. No, not on George. Gracie has declared war on home accidents. Almost 100 people are killed and nearly 3,000 injured every day in accidents in and about the home. That's why Gracie has formed the Don't Be a Gracie Club for home safety. Now, it's no fun to have an accident, but it can be fun to help prevent them. Write Gracie Allen today for free information on forming a chapter of the Don't Be a Gracie Club in your town. lots of fun, and a grand service to your community, too. Just address your letter to Gracie Allen, Hollywood Plaza Hotel, Hollywood, California.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
If you like good things the easy way,
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you.
Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble,
No grounds, no fuss.
and it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee, all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy Instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Listen to Noel Webster Says, which follows immediately. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting